Hello, everybody, and welcome to the WCNC Live Impact Studio, which tonight we have turned into our own personal sports playground for the NFL Draft. We've got a WCNC Plus NFL Draft special. I'm WCNC Charlotte Sports Director Nick Carboni, and we are live all night from 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock covering all things NFL Draft, specifically when it comes to your Carolina Panthers. And the best part is we are live all over the state tonight, not just here in Charlotte on WCNC Plus, but also in Greensboro on WFMY Plus. We've got expert analysis. We're going to have live reaction to that Panthers pick, which right now is slated for number 8 overall, but we will see what happens with that and a little insight into their draft strategy. We're going to hear from our own Danielle Stein, who's near the war room adjacent at Bank of America Stadium. We've got Logan Campbell posted up at Jaylen Walker's draft party at the Country Club of Salisbury. That is a fascinating story when it comes to Carolina. Jaylen Gilkkey is sitting at the WFMY sports desk for us. We've got loads more, and we're going to start it off with our good pal, Julian Council, from our partners at Locked On Panthers. Julian, good to see you, man. You've been talking about this draft for months on end, every day on the Locked On Panthers podcast. So I want to ask you, we are, an hour away from the Titans finally being on the clock. The Panthers go 8th overall. What is your gut feeling about what's going to happen tonight with Carolina?
Well, my gut feeling is I wish I was in Salisbury playing around at that beautiful track they have up there. Nice Donald Ross. But my gut feeling now, Nick, is that they're going to go defensive tackle. And if you would have talked to me on Wednesday morning, I would have felt like edge rusher was absolutely the pick. But after looking at some recent mock drafts, most notably Matt Miller from ESPN saying that they're going to take Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, and then also seeing Daniel Jeremiah for the second time on his mock saying they were going to take Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan, I'm thinking, okay, maybe they go D-tackle. And if it falls to where it's Mason Graham and it's Jaylen Walker, who's been the popular pick to come to Carolina, my guess is they're going to have Mason Graham ahead of Jaylen Walker as far as best player available goes. And Dan Morgan, the Panthers GM, talks about all the time, you want to be set up to go best player available, and they believe that's what they did after free agency. So I'm sitting here thinking that it's going to be a defensive tackle, even though for over a month and a half I thought it was going to be an edge.
Now, Dan Morgan did address the interior of the defensive line. He signed Bobby Brown. Turk Wharton is here, more of a pass-rushing inside defensive lineman. So why double up in the draft? Is it truly that best player available theory right there at 8 if it's still at 8?
Yeah, I think so. And it's not like you're taking a tight end. You're taking a piece that can be a foundation of your defensive line. And I look at it, if they do take a Mason Graham or a Walter Nolan there, you have them and the 5th-year option for 5 years potentially next to Derek Brown, whose extension's kicking in this fall. So we're talking about 4+ years of having your young first-round defensive tackle and then one of the top 5 defensive tackles in football. So I don't think it's ever a bad thing to foundationally build your team from within the trenches, whether it be on the offensive line or defensive line. So that's where I look at. I mean, yes, is it a need necessarily? No, but are you adding to a part of the team where you can never have enough? Absolutely.
All right, so how do you think Panthers fans will react? Like, what's your read on that? Because all they do is see Jaylen Walker mocked to the Carolina Panthers the last few weeks, and defensive tackle just isn't as flashy of a position as edge rusher, a guy who is out there to rush the quarterback.
Yeah, well, broccoli's not as flashy as steak, but sometimes you got to eat your vegetables, and that's good for you. And I do think looking at defensive line and looking at offensive line, that's kind of like eating your vegetables in the draft. Not nearly as sexy as an edge rusher, which obviously is important, but I do think there's like some Jaylen Walker fatigue maybe, as they've been hearing that for months on end. And there's the question of, is he a true edge rusher? I know Dan Morgan said last week in his pre-draft press conference that he feels like he's an outside linebacker here. Is that how they want to utilize him, or will he be more of a hybrid playing linebacker and edge rusher, kind of like we saw from Frankie Lugo a couple years ago in this same scheme of Ejiro Evero? So I do think there's maybe a little bit of fatigue there to where people might be welcoming it. I've certainly seen over the last 24 hours, there's been fans who are saying, yeah, Mason Graham over Jaylen Walker. I don't know if I've seen as much of Walter Nolan over Jaylen Walker, but I do think fans would get over, well, I don't necessarily get over it, but certainly embrace that pick if that's what happens tonight.
What percentage chance do you think Mason Graham now has to fall to 8? Because like even earlier this week, it was like, well, no way he's going to be there. But now we're seeing a lot of intel saying, yes, he and Walker will both be there.
Yeah, it looks like Jacksonville at 5. That's really where the draft begins. They're going to end up taking either Aston Jeanty from Boise State or even Tedero McMillan from Arizona. Then at 6, looks like if that does happen, the Raiders are probably going with an offensive tackle. I would think that Kelvin Banks from Texas. And then at 7, the Jets probably either going Tyler Warren, but more likely Armand Mimbu from Mizzou, which exactly puts Mason Graham and Jaylen Walker on the board. So I feel pretty confident that they're going to have the pick between those two. That's if they do stay there at 8.
I just do want to shout out Jeb Goldman, proud Missouri graduate, big-time Membu fan.
M-I-Z.
ZOU, let's go.
They're too early for that, guys. All right, so let's continue on this defensive tackle track. If Graham isn't there, how far does Dan Morgan trade back if he's chasing Walter Nolan?
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on Walter Nolan? Because all we hear about is, like, you turn on the tape, the good stuff is amazing, but it's inconsistent.
Yeah, it's inconsistent, but the guy has the build that you're looking for at that position. And you look at recruiting a couple of years ago, he was the consensus #1 player in his recruiting class. Went to A&M at first, didn't really see the production, but you saw more of it this past year at Ole Miss. I guess you question the motor, but the physical tools that he has and his ability to stuff the middle, I don't think there's a lot of questions there. Now, as far as how far does Dan want to go back, great question. He wouldn't answer it last week. I'm thinking that in this draft where there's not a ton of stars, yes, you can find a day 1 starter potentially. I don't think he wants to go any further back than maybe 13, 14 when looking at it. I know Dallas is there at 12, but I believe it's the Dolphins at 13. I think that's kind of the sweet spot. And you have to have teams that are interested in getting up to 8 to take a potential player. Like maybe if Jeanty falls, that would be a spot where I think teams would wait trying to get up there to get a talent like him.
All right, Jeb, if we can pull up the list of Panthers draft picks heading into tonight, it currently stands at 9, obviously starting with 8, but then the long wait to 57. So that's part of a trade back, trying to cut under that number a little bit. What do you think Carolina will attack on Friday night? And is 57 too long a wait to do that?
Assuming that they go defensive line, whether that's interior or edge, I would think that safety is going to be the next position that they may want to target. Whether it's at 57 or 74, I would imagine that's going to happen on night 2. If you look at the roster right now, they have 3. That's not going to be enough once we get into the season. And there will be plenty of guys also added as undrafted free agents and maybe some vets post-draft. But they need to find starters. And the only surefire starter they have is Trevon Merrick, who they brought in from the Raiders. Yep. Certainly Damani Richardson, who started in last season as an undrafted free agent out of Texas A&M. He's probably penciled in as another one. Nick Scott, they probably see him more as a special teams guy this year than someone who could be that third starter. So I would think that they'd want to get a starting safety there. And then kind of like your guess is as good as mine at this point in time. I could see them looking at a slot receiver to potentially replace Adam Thielen after the season if this is indeed his final season, not just in Carolina, but in the NFL. Maybe another outside corner to put behind J.C. Horn and Mike Jackson. I really think safety certainly and potentially wide receiver, maybe even offensive tackle. If they look at Taylor Moton, who's heading into the final year of his deal, and they decided to sit on that $31.3 million cap hit, maybe they find somebody they can redshirt for a year, much like a past regime did here in Carolina with Moton, and have that player be the starter in 2026 at right tackle.
With the jury still out on last year's draft, Dan Morgan's first, in my opinion, how big is this year's draft for him?
I think this is more about trying to build the depth on this roster. If you look at the last 2 off seasons, last off season they spent a lot of time trying to fix the offensive line. They signed Robert Hunt, they signed Damian Lewis on the first day of the legal negotiating period. And those guys started all but 1 game last season, respectively. So you're good there as far as the offensive line goes. They brought in Leggett and Coker. Leggett in the first round, Coker is an undrafted free agent. Receiver, you probably want to add someone there, but they come in, they're going to likely be behind Leggett and Thielen. We'll see what happens with Coker. But I would think that those 3 are going to be ahead of anyone that they draft, especially if they take someone on day 3. And look at defensively right now, they have Merrick, so they can add a safety. But linebacker, you got Trevin Wallace back, you have Josie Jewell back, they brought in Christian Roseboom, defensive tackle, we talked about that, added a bunch of pieces there. And even at edge, I don't know if that rookie's coming in and starting over Jadeveon Clowney and DJ Wooden right away. For me, this is a draft about building depth and towards the future where you're hopefully going to get some future starters, but not guys you're expecting to go out there and play a ton of snaps through this fall.
All right, let's wrap up with Julian here. Julian, I'm going to ask you to get in the mind of Dan Morgan.
Yeah.
And when he says, if we get stuck at number 8, we have been stuck on that comment for well over a week now. What is getting stuck, And how can Dan Morgan wiggle out of that in this draft?
Getting stuck is a player like Ashton Jeanty not falling down the board, or all the offensive tackles, that being Will Campbell, who's likely going forward to New England, Armand Bimbu, and also Kelvin Banks also being gone before you get on the board at 8, where there's not people wanting to come up. And I'm assuming there's no teams that are giddy about getting up at to 8 overall to get Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado, or maybe Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. Tyler Shuck out of Louisville apparently is a name that people are bringing up as well. That would be getting stuck. Jeanty not falling, all the offensive tackles being off the board, and there's depth at edge rusher, so I don't know if there's, after Abdul Carter, like that premier name and talent that you want to get up there, the tradable Carolina. So I think that's them getting stuck if those scenarios play out for them tonight.
All right, Julian Council from our Locked On Panthers partner. Julian, you dressed up. You might as well stay a while. We got a space carved out for you over there, maybe a couple of slices of pizza. So we will see you after the pick or after a trade. So Julian Council thinks possibly defensive tackle for the Carolina Panthers at 8 or otherwise tonight. So we're going to move it around. Again, we are live all night talking Panthers and the NFL draft on both WCNC Plus and WFMY Plus out of Greensboro. That's where my man Jaylen Gilkkey is hanging out tonight. Jaylen, man, you saw all these games for the Panthers just like I did last year, and there was only one thing that everybody's thinking about tonight, and that's defense. I'll start with that. Do you think defense is the way Dan Morgan drafts tonight?
Well, Nick, I think that's without a question. I do believe tonight's pick needs to be on defense. I know Carolina right now has 9 picks for this draft. I think about 6 to 7 of those should be focused on the defensive side of the ball, just because last year there was such a drop-off in the production on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, they couldn't stop anybody. The offense started to come alive the second half of the year once Bryce Young was reinserted into that starting spot at quarterback. But then we get to a lot of games where it's late third quarter, early fourth quarter, and you look up and the Panthers have given up 30, 35, 38, 41, 45 points. You can't win football games like that in NFL, no matter how many you can score. You can have the #1 scoring offense in the league, but if you give up 35 a night, you're still going to end up with a losing record. So I think defense is absolutely priority #1 for GM Dan Morgan here, and he's got a lot of picks to play with, and hopefully, like Julian mentioned, we could fill out some of those crucial depth positions at the linebacker, the defensive line, as well in the secondary.
All right, Jaylen, you heard Julian say his instinct is maybe defensive tackle today. I think because we're all a little surprised, at this point that it looks like not only Jaylen Walker, but Mason Graham could be available at 8. So I'm going to ask you to put your Dan Morgan hat on. If it's Graham or Walker, who would you want to see the Panthers pick tonight?
Well, I think I would have to go with Walker just because he's got a little bit more versatility from my perspective, from what I've seen. I know that linebacker level is a little bit shaky right now. I know for years, we had the core linebackers. We had Shaq Thompson, we had Kuechly, we had Thomas Davis. Those guys are gone, and now we're looking for that next wave of who's going to be the anchor, who's going to be holding down the middle, calling the plays, commanding the huddles, going to wear that green dot for the Carolina Panthers. And I think Walker has the potential to be that type of player, impact behind the line of scrimmage, whether that be in coverage, stopping the run. I think Jaylen Walker's versatility and his ability to just find the ball is something that if he's there at 8, you got to jump on.
Yeah, right. I mean, we've heard the Frankie Louvu comps. Louvu was undrafted, but if you can get a guy like that and he's there sitting there for you, and I think Jaylen, and Panthers fans too up there in Greensboro, like this is a kid that mentioned the names you just mentioned at the NFL Combine. Like that brings an extra layer to it, doesn't it? Don't you think Panthers fans are going to like that?
Absolutely. When you grew up, 40 minutes away from Bank of America Stadium and idolized and looked up and aspired to be those guys and those names that we mentioned, and now you have the opportunity, or the franchise has the opportunity to assert yourself or put you in that next person in that line of greats. I mean, not only I feel like will that inspire Jaylen Walker to put together the best career possible or his best foot forward, I just think it's just a whole nother level of not pressure, but motivation that a kid would need when you get your name called. And now all your dreams have come true and everything you've worked your entire life is right in front of you. Some guys, they choose to lay down because those checks start to come in. But when you have aspirations to be great and to be like your heroes and have that opportunity to wear those same jerseys that they wore, I think it adds that extra layer that would, possibly take Jaylen Walker's career to the stratosphere.
Yeah, well said. Okay, not only did you see this defense for 17 games, but you saw the roller coaster that was Bryce Young's second season in the NFL, from being benched after week 2 to storming back and asserting himself as the guy in Carolina. But he still needs help, right? Like, how do you think Dan Morgan approaches adding more help for Bryce Young in this draft?
And I know it's going to be tough because from my opinion right now, the two biggest areas of need for the Carolina Panthers are probably another tackle, whether that be because Taylor Moton's getting ready to hang it up or whether you're not sure if Ickey's going to be your guy at left tackle. But I think someone who has that versatility and the ability to fill in and maybe be a swing guy. He could play maybe a little guard this first year, can kick out the tackle when someone inevitably goes down just because of the nature of the game of football. I think that's probably priority number one offensively, but it's going to be tough where the Panthers are picking in this draft to maybe find that guy. You never know what you could find in round 2 or 3. But then also, I would say, I know we went wide receiver with the first pick of the draft last year as well, but I don't think the franchise is sold or the fans are sold on Xavier Legette and what his production is at this point, what his role is going to look like. Adam Thielen is got to be on his last leg, even though the last 2 years he's been with Carolina. He's continued to show that he can be a guy that makes a major impact. He actually helped me win a fantasy football championship this year. So shout out to Adam Thielen and all his production and work. But I think a wide receiver is another spot that you gotta have more options for Bryce Young. Him being a smaller framed quarterback, someone who's about, whose game is about timing and accuracy. You got to get somebody who can get open quickly, or if you're not open, someone that you trust to go get that ball, and those options are out there as well on the board.
All right, Jaylen, for the first time in a long time in Carolina, quarterback's not even a discussion when we're entering this 3-day stretch of the NFL draft. Maybe Bryce Young will win you a fantasy championship someday. I know he wasn't really doing that last year, but do you think he asserted himself? I mean, you watched every one of his games. Do you think he asserted himself enough last year as like the guy, or does he still need to go out and prove it again this year? And remember, this is a coach that was basically like, come on, you got to prove it to me. Like every week, is Bryce back in? We'll see. Finally, at the end, he was. But kind of what's your read on that? Because I think like if you would ask me right after that Atlanta game, I'd have been like, yeah, absolutely. But a couple months to process it. How are you feeling about that?
Well, the NFL stands for not for long, right? So you got to prove it every day you step out on the field. Now, I would say that I do believe Bryce Young is the future quarterback for the Carolina Panthers. His talent is undeniable, and he showed that those last 8 weeks of the season. He produced at that level that we anticipated him to produce at being that number 1 pick, and he showed exactly why he was the Heisman Trophy winner during his time at Alabama. However, you can't just live off the past and what you've done in the NFL. It's what you will do and are doing at this time. So I'm looking for a big year from Bryce Young, but I'm looking for an even bigger year starting right now in the NFL draft from the front office to help bolster and support him, to be able to put him in a position to where he can be that guy that we're looking for, as long as he is surrounded by the guys that can make plays. Because again, football is the ultimate team game. There's not one player in the league, doesn't matter how marvelous you are, whether it be Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, none of those guys won the Super Bowl this year, and that's because they weren't the best team. None of those guys were on the best team. The best team was the Philadelphia Eagles, and they showed that all throughout the season, throughout the playoffs, into the Super Bowl. They might not have the best quarterback in the league, but with spots 2 through 22, I'll tell you what, there's not a team that could match up with them at that point in the Super Bowl last year, and that's where the Carolina Panthers need to be. They need to start filling out spots 2 through 22 when it comes to the starters, because without those guys, it doesn't matter how great Bryce Young plays. If he's got pressure in his face, no one's getting open, it's going to look a lot like his rookie year did.
Yeah, and the draft is going to go a long way into doing that. So I'm just going to ask you this, like off the cuff, like what would shock you tonight? Like what would shock you if the Panthers went out and did what tonight with that 8th pick?
What would shock me tonight is if the Panthers stayed in the 8th spot and Jaylen Walker was off the board. That's what would shock me, because that means they would have to most likely be looking at D tackle or possibly Ted McMillan, depending on if he's available. He's a dynamic playmaker out of Arizona. So that's what would shock me. If Jaylen Walker is off the board by 8, if Carolina stays in that 8th spot, I would be flabbergasted to see who they selected at that point.
All right, Jaylen Gilkkey, well done, sir. And we're going to check in with your colleague, Logan Campbell, who's at Jaylen Walker's draft party in Salisbury, North Carolina tonight. What a story that would be for us to talk about next year. We'll check in with you later, bud. Thank you so much for joining us. So Julian Council, to recap, he thinks D tackle is the way the Panthers are leaning right now. It could be Mason Graham and Jaylen Walker available at the same time. We're going to discuss that scenario all the way leading up to the pick, or until one of them potentially comes off the board before Carolina goes at 8, because I think that may be what's going on in the war room right now. In a little bit here, we are going to go to Danielle Stein, our sports reporter, who is at Bank of America Stadium, and she's got a fantastic story on the entire Walker family. So we've got Danielle now. As I mentioned, you are war room adjacent. So Danielle, listen, like full disclosure, you got here a couple months ago. You've been in the stadium like 3 times. So, but I think you know already what the Panthers' biggest need is.
Yeah, I'm a quick learner in that regard. Nick, it's pretty clear from just the short time I've been here that the Panthers definitely want to be addressing their defense. As we've talked about numbers of times, historically poor this defensive team this last year. So we can expect that they will be looking to bolster that side of the ball coming tonight in the draft.
And you got to jump on that potential pick going up I-85. Tell me about the Walker family and what you learned about Jaylen Walker this week.
Yeah, obviously we had to go talk to Jaylen Walker, not only just because he's just up the road in Salisbury and a potential top 10 pick in this draft, but of course a lot of those mock drafts had him circled as who the Panthers could be landing at that number 8 spot. So of course we wanted to go chat with him. He's a dog. We talked about his time in Georgia and what he did there, winning the Butkus Award, but there is so much more to the player and the person that Jaylen Walker is. So we also knew that his dad, Curtis, is a former college football coach himself, but it really wasn't until middle school that Jaylen himself started to become interested in the sport. He got to fall in love with it himself, not just through his dad, which was pretty cool. This was a kid who actually used to not like getting dirty back in the day when he was really young. He was more interested in the arts, so pretty cool to see the transition to where he now is today, getting ready for his name to be called on draft night.
All right, so Danielle did a wonderful piece for us tonight at 5:30 on Jaylen Walker and those beginnings that didn't necessarily involve football. So, Jeb, let's hear Danielle's story again.
Jaylen Walker's first dream.
He wanted to go.
He just wanted to be a star.
Yep, didn't
That's all
matter.
he wanted. In everything he was doing, he wanted to be the best. Singing in the school play, he wanted to sing the lead role. Everything he's done, he wanted to do it at the highest level.
Yeah, he grabbed the singing bug. We thought it was going to be something along that line. Like, we never really saw this football thing at first.
Now Jaylen Walker is on the cusp of taking the biggest stage in the NFL.
They had the flyers, how they send stuff home, and it was about football. And he said, "Hey, can I play?" And I'm thinking, okay, sure. And so we were excited at that point that he wanted to play.
Maybe not what you'd expect early from the son of a coach. Jaylen grew up watching his dad, Curtis, on the sidelines, coaching at Coastal Carolina as a defensive coordinator and eventually returning to his alma mater, Catawba College, to take over as the head coach.
All about working for me. It's always putting yourself in the best position. Of course, football coaches were tagged with having, moving around all the time as far as their careers, and we wanted something different for our family.
And really, this last stint that we just had, that was kind of intentional.
Back in Salisbury, even though Jaylen didn't start playing football until 7th grade, he was immersed in the game.
He was at all our practices. I know she had a schedule, but I will see her ride down the hill, car stop, 2 doors open, and then they'll fly out, and then they will get lost amongst our team. But that experience was all in all for him and Deuce to be able to sit there and learn at their own pace. We're able to watch the interactions of our coaches and our players and hearing the grunts and seeing the coaching, seeing the intensity of the ball game.
Those moments shaping Jaylen's character to the player and the person he is today.
Being tagged as a coach's kid, I mean, you look at the basis, what they are coming from.
Did she hear the
source
package?
of structure, discipline, work ethic. Well, that's Jaylen Walker. He really defines it.
It's just genuine. That's just who he is. It's funny. We're like, they weren't listening. All the times we're just like, did you hear what I said? Yes, I heard you. Yes, ma'am, I heard you. But just knowing now, like, oh, they were listening and they were watching. I'm a firm believer in what they see is what they'll be.
The Walker family has left more than their mark on the Salisbury community.
Landing back here, taking the job that we took, we had a chance to bring our boys back to Salisbury where her family's there. Catawba College where I was undergrad, had an opportunity to come back to coach. We knew that those relationships were still within this community, so we knew coming back to Salisbury was going to be something special for our family.
A place where a star would begin to shine under the support of his family. And the legacy of Jaylen Walker continues to sing.
That was a great story, Danielle. I guess just you talk to the Walkers forever, I'm sure, and you have to put it into a 2-3 minute piece there. What was your just takeaway on them and how it relates to Jaylen, who's obviously viewed as just such a good kid?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's been talking about how high character that Jaylen is, and it's so clear that it comes from his parents. Just the morals that they've been instilling in both Jaylen and their younger brother Deuce. These boys seem to have great examples of parents and that idea of family. They were talking about the ideas that coaches oftentimes are bouncing between jobs, moving all the time, and really prioritizing wanting to be in the same sort of area, staying at schools and programs while Curtis was coaching in college for a prolonged time so they could really build the foundations. Shika even talking about how important it would be for the boys to get established friends throughout their middle school and high school lives rather than moving back and forth to other programs. I think that is something that's pretty indicative to character as well, and they really value that a lot, especially when I was asking them about their idea on if the Panthers were to pick him at number 8, what they think, and they both gave a pretty good case, saying it'd be pretty convenient for us because yes, their other son, Deuce, is still playing college football down at Georgia State, so it would be really easy for them to be able to just drive up and go down to Atlanta on a Saturday, come up to Charlotte on a Sunday, and get to see them play. They have a lot of family throughout the Carolinas, so keeping that family vibe together is really important for them.
All right, Danielle, let's get a little intel from you. Does Jaylen still have those pipes? Because I could envision, Panthers pick him at 8, and maybe before a game this year, he's belting out the Star-Spangled Banner at Bank of America Stadium.
Listen, he's got pipes for sure. I mean, that was really impressive. I think he was in middle school at the time. Curtis was saying that he actually would come out for the Catawba College home openers every single year and sing the anthem too. He might not be singing. He said, Shika, his mother, said that he's not really singing as much, but vocal performance is still something that he has keeping under his back pocket. He's actually done a couple voiceovers in commercials for the SEC. He did 2 SEC commercials this year where he voiced it and did one for Georgia as well. So he's definitely got that little performance edge to it, and I think we see that on the field. He likes to be a star, likes to perform, and be that star that Curtis was saying he always has been, even from the get-go.
All right, well, you are at Bank of America Stadium, so, listen, and you were there last week for GM Dan Morgan's press conference. What did you take away? Did he tip his hand at all in your mind, or did you get any closer to kind of knowing or having a lean on what they're going to do tonight?
To me, if Dan Morgan a couple weeks out is already talking about, yes, we're entertaining these other calls from other teams to potentially trade up, I feel like that's a pretty good indication that that could be what we're seeing tonight. To be talking about that concept so early tells me that maybe they aren't, in love with a certain player that they feel like they need to get at that number 8 spot. Maybe there is someone that they love. Maybe that someone is Jaylen Walker, but maybe they think they can get him a little bit later on in the draft, and they're looking to try to, of course, build more picks and get more drafts coming in. So I think we could be seeing them making a move to trade out of that 8 spot. I don't know, though. We're going to have to wait and see. It's exciting.
Danielle, I think if you walk down the hall and show Dan Morgan that piece, I think they will be in love with Jaylen Walker, and they will pick him tonight at 8. Great job.
Thank you, Nick.
All right, Danielle Stein, we will hear from her again after the pick at Bank of America Stadium and again on our 11 o'clock newscast on WCNC Charlotte. So moving along here on the Panthers draft special on WCNC Plus and WFNY Plus, just a reminder about how unique this is. Not only are we live before and leading up to Carolina's pick at number 8 or wherever that may be, we are live right away when they make that pick or they make that trade to discuss what it means, the player's potential impact for Carolina, and more. With Julian Council, we've got other experts that are standing by to talk about some of these players and scenarios as well. We got a few minutes before we're going to get to Jaylen Walker's draft party in Salisbury at the country club up there. He could have gone to Green Bay. There's only 15 prospects there right now. You get the sense from Danielle's piece, he's a family guy and wanted to celebrate in his hometown. I do want to look. So Dan Morgan, the GM, says, hey, if we get stuck at 8, well, getting stuck at 8 isn't necessarily bad. So let's look at the history of the Panthers picking at number 8 overall in past drafts. In 2021, they picked J.C. Horn, who just made his first Pro Bowl. When healthy, he is a top 5 cornerback in the NFL, bare minimum. Could be higher than that if he has another healthy and productive season. In 2017, of course, they drafted this kid out of Stanford that, not everybody was so sure about. A lot of folks wanted Leonard Fournette. Jaguars picked him up. The Panthers went with Christian McCaffrey. Again, when healthy, how dynamic was he? He set records. He had a 1,000-yard rushing and 1,000-yard receiving season in the same campaign. Now, we all know what happened after that. He was eventually traded by really a failing franchise in Carolina at the time to the San Francisco 49ers, where, again, with the caveat, when healthy, he's been absolutely incredible. This is probably the best number 8 overall pick in Carolina Panthers history. Left tackle Jordan Gross, a guy that held down that spot for over a decade and did it so well, holding up Panthers quarterbacks and greats like Jake Delhomme. So is the next Panthers great from Salisbury, North Carolina? We're going to find out tonight. And right now, we've got Logan Campbell standing by at the Salisbury Country Club with a special guest. She is at Jaylen Walker's draft party. Logan, take it away.
He's doing an interview he's doing
Hey, Nick, he could be coming from here. We are a few hours away from finding out. But right now, I have Jaylen Walker's parents with me. Draft day is here. Yeah. How are you guys feeling today?
Excited, very excited. This is a point where Jaylen's met one of his goals. Growing up, all he's done all his life is put himself in position to meet goals, and this is just another one that he's met, and we're excited for him at this moment.
Definitely, we're very anxious, we're excited, just ready for it all to just unfold at this time. Yeah,
lots of emotions. A lot of times on draft day, we see these players go to the NFL draft in Green Bay. Mm-hmm. What was the decision behind staying here in Salisbury?
Just look behind us.
Yeah.
Family. Jaylen wanted to be around his family. He wanted to be in a situation where all the ones who supported him throughout his college career, all his life, are able to celebrate with him tonight.
Yeah.
Speaking about people who have supported him throughout his football career, he talks so much about how much you have inspired him. Just growing up around the football field, when you hear your son just talk so highly about how much of an influence you've had on him, how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great as a football coach. Number one, to see a guy meet all his goals, see him work as hard as he has to meet him. But as a dad, I'm just overwhelmed with the joy just because, we have a chance for our son to meet just another goal.
Yeah. And like you guys have said, you've just been anxious, just waiting to see. Yeah. What have your conversations been like today with Jaylen?
Nothing related to the draft, actually. It's just, how you feeling today, where you going. I think he induced his brother, went to breakfast this morning. They went to the mall, just hanging out. So it's just really nothing really just, related to today and what's going on tonight, or except for what time will you arrive.
That's the important part. There's been lots of chatter about him potentially going 8th overall to the Panthers. Mm-hmm. To have your son potentially play in your backyard, I mean, how would that feel for you guys?
Oh my gosh, it will be just great. We're right down the street from the Panther Stadium. We have a younger son who plays in Atlanta, so it'll be great to come from Saturday straight down 85 on Sunday to his game. So
it just is outstanding. Right down the street. Have an opportunity where again we can visit with him, not only just on game day, but we missed him a little bit over the last 4 years as far as being able to go and spend a lot of time with him. So it's going to be great if that happens. But again, wherever the best fit for his skill set, that's where we want him to go.
Yeah.
We are just a few minutes away from the draft beginning. What are you guys going to do up until that point?
Well, we're going to kind of mingle around, with family and friends, and maybe have. Well, I won't eat. I'm just too nervous to eat. But just mingle around, talk with family and friends, and watch the other young men that we know that are actually in Green Bay. So, yeah.
Just saying thank you to all those who gave up of their time throughout his career in college to go by and visit with him. So it's going to be an exciting time to celebrate with our family.
Curtis Lashika, congratulations. Big night for your family. We really appreciate you having us here.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Of course. All right, Nick, a few minutes from the NFL draft. Hopefully we'll hear Jaylen Walker's name in just a few hours.
And that is the good stuff right there with Jaylen Walker's family at the Country Club in Salisbury, North Carolina. Could be coming right down 85 on Friday for the big walk at Bank of America Stadium. That's what the Panthers are going to do with whichever prospect they pick tonight. We will meet them tomorrow at Bank of America Stadium, and fans will have a chance to do that too. The time obviously is to be determined because we don't know where the pick is coming from. They could be coming from Salisbury in Walker's case, or they could be coming from somewhere else across the country, and they got to get time to get here. So, all right. So that was amazing, and we have been talking about this draft and the Panthers' strategy for weeks. Every week we have had an expert that covers the Panthers or covers the NFL come on and discuss what they think General Manager Dan Morgan is going to do. So we're going to hear from some of those people right now. We're going to start with this because the way this is set up the last few days is that Mason Graham, a defensive tackle from the University of Michigan, and Jaylen Walker, the linebacker from Georgia, could both be available at 8. Now, for weeks, it seemed that either one of them or neither of them would be available at 8. And now it appears, based on some things, especially if the Jaguars go offense, especially if the Bears trade up to get Ashton Jeanty, that both of those guys could be available. So that presented, I guess, a good problem to have if you're Dan Morgan. Both of these guys considered, really high prospects. Which one do you go with? So we did ask yesterday that question to NBC Sports' Connor Rogers from our studio.
That would be my thought process. He's the one guy where if he really does fall to them at 8, and there's a lot of signs this week, and a lot of people think he will, it feels like it could alter what they thought they were doing the whole time, where it's, hey, we feel like Jaylen Walker's going to be here. We feel good about the pick. We have a plan for him. Let's make the pick. And then it kind of goes into a situation where, well, we got additions on the defensive line in free agency, but this is somebody that could be a cornerstone for us for a really, really long time. He'll play with the power and the motor that we really like. He makes us a tougher football team up front. And now we feel like the strength of our team, we're making a strength of strength. We feel good about our interior, but now it's going to be a really good looking group. And the fact is, I think Mason Graham is a top 5 to 6 player in this draft, where Jaylen Walker is a little bit more of a projection right outside my top 15. And I could see the Panthers looking at it that way too, where they go, we know exactly what we're getting with Graham, his presence. You watch how he could take over games. And he took over games that were really important games. And that means a lot as a prospect, whether it was the college football playoff in 2023, where they won the national title, and you look at his tape against Alabama, or you look at 2024 when they upset Ohio State. Him and Kenneth Grant, his teammate on the defensive line, they dominated that game, and they didn't allow Ohio State to do anything against them. So Mason Graham kind of rising to the occasion over and over again is something to me that will have teams be sold on what he's going to do as a pro.
All right, Dan Morgan gave us the phrase, if we get stuck at 8 last week. I think he tried to reel that back in a little bit, right? Yeah. Is there a scenario that you could see happening to the Panthers where they truly are in the war room being like, we're kind of stuck here, and what do they do at that point?
Well, I think they, obviously they're one of those two guys are going to be there. So I think they'd roll with that. And now, GMs and teams like to use stuck as a phrase because everybody would love to move out in this draft and get more picks because of the way the draft plateaus. There's just a lot of starting caliber players that are on a similar level. almost from pick 25 to 75. I really mean that. And it's sure the player that goes at 28 is probably going to have a better chance of being better than the player that goes at 72. But in terms of the raw ability and the projections, it's not that crazy where you'd rather have more cracks at it. You'd rather have more lotto tickets or swings or whatever you want to call it. So that's kind of why, and it probably was a little bit of a slip of the tongue calling it stuck, because everybody's asking, what are they trading up for? You know, I deal with this being in the New York area a lot with the Jets. You always have to ask yourself, what is the team coming up for? For the Jets and the Panthers, that would have to be a sliding Ashton Genty, and a team just wants to get in front of the Bears to have him. It could happen. It could very well happen, but there's no guarantees on draft night that great of a player slides. So I think that's kind of how they look at that spot, but those teams have contingency plans and players they feel really, really good about in those slots.
If the Panthers do trade back, how far do you think they'll want to go, and what could they get? And let's just stick with their biggest need, that's pass rush and edge.
You know, they're actually in a little bit of a safer place, because I think as long as you stay in front of the Bucks, or maybe you want to stay in front of the Bengals, you know, you look at the Falcons at 15 and the Cardinals at 16. I think they're going to be looking at pass rushers, Mike Green from Marshall, Mykel Williams from Georgia, but you're still going to have an opportunity for a Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College, a Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, maybe one of those guys in Green or Mykel Falls. And you know, we're still talking about Jaylen Walker. Like, the Panthers might really like Jaylen Walker. I find mixed opinions on him around the league, where it doesn't mean that Jaylen Walker is necessarily going in the top 12. So they have a little bit more flexibility with what they need, can have them move back in a 9-ish spot range, and they could feel really good about that. I wouldn't go back to, 23 or beyond that, but I think they could flip back a couple of spots. Like, it's going to be interesting if Denver at 21 to come up for an Ashton Genty level player. Do you feel comfortable going back to pick 20 at Denver slot? I think you'd have to charge a pretty enormous price to feel good about that.
Not just on Mason Graham over Jaylen Walker, but also on a potential trade back for Carolina. All right, you've got questions, we've got answers. You can text us right now live, 704-329-3600. We're answering all of your Panthers draft questions. What is Carolina going to do with that 8th overall pick, one they perhaps mistakenly said they were stuck with, but we know that Dan Morgan, Dave Canales, Brant Tillis, everybody in that front office, and they told us they've gone through these scenarios time and time and time again to see anything that could possibly play out. Does one of these massive names, Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, I doubt it. Do they fall back? I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, so Jaylen Walker is such an interesting player when it comes to Carolina, because as we've kind of heard mentioned in bits and pieces here and there, he's considered a hybrid. Now, the Panthers have struggled recently with their defensive scheme to employ a hybrid successfully. And the example everybody points to is safety Jeremy Chin, a former second-round pick from the Matt Rule era when they went all defense in the draft that one year, who was a massive safety. I mean, the guy looked like he should have been a top 10 pick. The problem was that Carolina could not find a way to kind of squeeze him into either position. Was he an in the box safety? Somebody who plays closer to the line of scrimmage. He got 2 takeaways and touchdowns in one game at Minnesota, so you think that's how they would go. Then Ejiro Rivero comes in. I remember watching him against the Steelers trying to cover Deontay Johnson, who put him in a washing machine, basically. Put him in a blender, and he couldn't cover him. Now, the Washington Commanders under Dan Quinn last year figured out how to use Jeremy Chin, leading a lot of people to wonder, could Carolina handle a hybrid? Dan Morgan last week, and it was really the only player he specifically spoke about, was Jaylen Walker, and he was very direct. We would have him as an outside linebacker rather than an inside linebacker, and he played both at Georgia. Now, as an inside linebacker, I mean, that's, you need instincts, you need to read and react. He can, Connor Rogers did tell me he's not so sure about Jaylen Walker's ability to read and react and use those instincts right away at the NFL level. What we do know he can do is go sideline to sideline. He might be undersized, but he's an athlete. So I think the Panthers' thinking is line him up closer to the line of scrimmage. Use your big guys up front, Derek and Bobby Brown and Tershawn Wharton, to create holes for Walker to explode to, blitz the quarterback, disrupt the run game, and just be that kind of guy wreaking havoc like he did in Athens all year long. But hybrid does scare some people. I did speak with Charlotte Observer Panthers beat writer Mike Kay, who's a brainiac with football, and this is what he told me about Jaylen Walker and being a hybrid. Where are you kind of landing on Jaylen Walker 2 weeks before this draft when it comes to Carolina?
Yes. Here's what I would say. Philosophically, I think taking a hybrid player that you're most likely going to use as a off-the-ball linebacker first 2 downs and a pass rusher on 3rd down is setting this kid up for failure. It's one thing to say he can do it. It's another thing to say that he can excel and then elevate in doing it. And I think you look at the guys that are all the rage right now. Frankie Louvu wasn't drafted. He also wasn't signed to be Frankie Louvu or what he's doing. By the way, he's played exponentially better in Washington than he did in this system a couple of years ago. Ejiro Evero didn't really show much interest in using Jeremy Chin, another hybrid linebacker safety sort of guy who had, a wide range. Nobody drafted Andrew Van Ginkel in the 5th round for him to be what he is right now, which is what a lot of people perceive Jaylen Walker to be. And then you look at somebody like Zach Bond, who was used out of position for years. Like Isaiah Simmons and Xavier Collins, pretty much anybody Arizona drafted during the Steve Keim era on defense basically bombed out because they couldn't figure out how to use them. And I think you're behind the 8 ball if you're trying to get a guy to learn multiple positions because, there's a learning curve in the NFL. It doesn't matter if you're a really good kid or if you study really hard, but if you're being used all around the front, one, it's going to bite into the development of other people, but you're also going to have this mishmash of a lineup. They need to get just great players or good players. And trust me, Jaylen Walker is a very, very good player. I just don't know if they're at the point right now where you feel good about the defensive situation. Yes, you've retained Evero, but who's to say they don't do really well this year in spite of having Jaylen Walker, right? And then he goes and gets a head coaching job. Or more likely scenario, the defense doesn't work again, and then you're moving on from the defensive coordinator. What happens when the next defensive coordinator comes in and says, I want to put him here? So now you're a year behind the development, and it's just I don't know. Just philosophically, I wouldn't agree with drafting him to be a hybrid player. Now, if he's your number 2 edge on your board and you're going to use him as a full-time edge, by all means, go for it. Is he a great fit for that? He's very small. He's got pretty short limbs for an edge rusher. But Elvis Dumervil worked out, and he was 2 inches shorter. So, it's about trusting your coaching staff and having a plan. I also just think, sometimes being the smartest guy in the room typically makes you the guy with the dunce cap. And I just think, that's a guy that let somebody else miss or hit on. You know what I mean? Is it worth it when you are 5-12 was seen as a success last year in a few different ways because of how low the bar was? You have to win right now. And I know I'm rambling right now. I think Jaylen Walker's a really good player. I think Ted McMillan's a really good player. If I were them, I would not love any of these guys. And I would pray for Mason Graham to fall. And I know they've drafted they've signed 2 really expensive defensive linemen. You can never have enough in the trenches, is my belief. I also think there are better natural edge rushers than Jaylen Walker. I think there are better fits for this offense than Ted McMillan. And so those are 2 guys that are getting a lot of discussion, and I get it. They're really, really good players, but I don't know if they fit the Panthers in this time and space. And while you want to say, hey, get the best player available, this team also needs to win. And win soon. I don't know how much longer David Tepper can preach patience here. And you held on to the assistant GM who you promoted to GM, and you've held on to this, and you've got this young, exciting head coach. Well, young and exciting gets old and boring when you lose. And so I think that's something they really needed to understand.
What do you think the sweet spot is for a first-round trade? Where to go back to, what you can pick up asset-wise to add to your coffers already, and what type of player you would want to get there? Maybe someday, I know there's the cornerback out of Michigan. There's obviously Michael Williams. What range would you want to go back? Trade or Mike?
If it were me, I'd want to get to 17, and it would be the Bengals, and I would want to say, hey, look, things aren't working with you and Trey Hendrickson with this negotiation. Do you want to get the 2nd or 3rd best edge rusher? Trade up with us, give us your 2nd round pick, or give us a third round pick and your first round pick next year, or give us swap second round picks with us and give us a third round pick and then a third round pick next year. Like, you've got to be creative here because teams don't naturally want to trade up, but like, you have to find teams that might be begrudgingly stupid enough to do it. Now, speaking of stupid, the Dallas Cowboys and Miami Dolphins seem like absolute marks for trade ups, especially because I think Will Campbell's going to go early in this top 10. And so then I think with them both needing offensive tackles and both of the GMs / owner being obsessed with running backs, I think Genty at 8 makes a ton of sense for a trade up for them. I don't think it'll be too expensive for their blood. If you can trade back there and swap second round picks and get a third round pick, you're better off on day 2. You've got 2 third round picks and a better second round pick, which is what they should be hoping for. I think that makes sense. And then once you get there, we're talking about, I can't pronounce the BC kid's pass rusher's name. He's probably my favorite. I'm going to call him Donovan EZ. Because I can't even pronounce his last name. I'm not even going to try. Joe Person will make fun of me, like he always does. But the Boston College pass rusher is my favorite edge rusher in this class outside of Abdul Carter, and I think sometimes it's okay to overdraft guys if you know that they are productive. I mean, he was an absolute force for BC.
Yep.
His testing numbers are great. He reminds me a lot of Cliff Averill. And then I brought him up with Golden. If you want to go offense, Golden would be my guy. And so I think if you can get one of those guys between that 12 to 17 range and you get an extra third round pick and maybe a better second round pick, you were, throwing a bar mitzvah party in between day 1 and day 2, I think, at Bank of America Stadium.
All right, Mike Kay from the Charlotte Observer. Very well thought out, nuanced, ideas about, is it smart to draft a player like Jaylen Walker, or do you let somebody else figure out if he's kind of that boom rather than that bust? Again, had a live shot there of Jaylen Walker's draft party at Country Club of Salisbury. We will absolutely bring you the images from there once he is picked, because he will be picked tonight. It's just a question of where and by which team. Could very well be the Carolina Panthers. So we're talking about, with Mike, sweet spots to make a trade. And again, here is the list of 9 picks that the Carolina Panthers do have tonight. Well, this is the pick history, number 8 overall. Again, Horn, McCaffrey, Gross, Biaka Batuka, who was a fantastic college player, and man, if he could have stayed healthy in the NFL, he could have been a great running back for the Carolina Panthers. But point is, you can still get a really good player at that 8th spot. It's not necessary. When Dan Morgan said, if we get stuck, I think, it was assuming that none of the defensive players they really like enough to draft at 8 will be there. But again, it seems like that could be the case if Walker and, again, Graham is available. So, talking more about Dan Morgan, and I did pose this question to Julian at the top of the hour when we started this. How big is this draft for him? I mean, he's in year 2 as the top guy, the head general manager. He was here under Scott Fitterer, the group that did bring in Bryce Young. So it's good for Dan Morgan that Bryce Young has turned it around. And now, and last year, Dan Morgan built out the offense. He invested into high-priced guards, Robert Hunt and Damian Lewis. Obviously, they drafted a wide receiver, Xavier Legette. We'll see what happens with that. But up front, they invested on the offense. This year in free agency, they invested in the defense. They brought in Bobby Brown to pair with Derek Brown in the middle, a guy that eats up a lot of space and can help you stop the run and create gaps for players like Jaylen Walker or current linebacker Trevin Wallace and others. And they've added to the edge with a pass rusher from Minnesota. They got Turk Wharton, kind of a dual threat, if you will, defensive tackle from Kansas City, who had 6.5 sacks last year. So clearly they built the offense out from the front back last year. They're trying to do the same this year. And this is going to be a big draft for Dan Morgan, and that is the question I did pose recently to Vashti Hurt. Vashti works for herself, basically, at CarolinaBlitz.com. She hustles all over the state and all over the area to cover all of our teams, the Carolina Panthers, Charlotte Hornets, Duke Blue Devils, North Carolina Tar Heels, and then some. one of the questions I asked her was, how big is this draft for Morgan?
Successful franchises hit in the draft, and you just don't hit on that first round pick. You have to hit in rounds 2. You have to find key contributors in round 3 and 4, and you maybe find a guy who is good in rounds 5 or 6. You know, the Panthers have not done well in the draft, period. In recent years, they have done well in round 1, okay, but after that, it's been pretty much downhill. And even since Marty Herney, that's been the trend with Carolina. They'll hit in the first round.
Gettleman did too.
And Gettleman, you'll hit in the first round, and then it's just downhill after that. Dan Morgan has to change that. You cannot build a roster and only hit in the first round. And I think he knows that. And so this draft is very important for him. You know, last year's class was his first class. Like you said, it's still kind of up in the air how those guys will do. None of them necessarily came in and was like gangbusters and really allowed anyone who would defend Morgan to say, okay, he brought in this guy. It's draft-wise. And I mean, he hit in free agency with those signings on the offensive line. But draft-wise, he doesn't have a player that he can hang his hat on yet and say, look, I got this guy and I brought him in. He needs that. He needs that. And whether he gets that this year, he needs that this year.
All right, good stuff from Vashti Hurt, as always, from CarolinaBlitz.com. She is on X at Keep Blitzin'. And our entire interview with her pre-draft, as well as Mike Kay and Connor Rogers and others, up right now on WCNC Plus and the WCNC Charlotte YouTube page. So, all right, here we are, Jeb. There's my guy, Jeb. He's doing everything over there. 5 minutes before the NFL draft begins. 5 minutes before the Tennessee Titans are on the clock at number 1. Really, obviously, Tennessee, much like Carolina 2 years ago, has been on the clock since the season ended. All signs point to the Titans drafting Cam Ward from Miami. I think the biggest surprise of the draft would be if that didn't happen at this point.
If it's not Cam Ward's name called in the next 10, 15 minutes, I will be shocked.
Now, one of the things, so we'll be watching right along with you as the 7 teams ahead of the Carolina Panthers make their selections.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting for folks watching, we don't necessarily want to play spoiler, but we actually have access to the fastest fibers, so we are watching the draft as close to in real time as humanly possible. So we will have live reaction the second it happens.
Yeah, and good to note there, because that's what's unique about this being on WCNC Plus and WFMY Plus, live all over the state of North Carolina, is when that Panthers pick is made, the big analysts are going to talk about it for 5 minutes until the next pick is made.
Right.
We're going to talk about it all night here on WCNC Plus and WFMY Plus. So one of the things we'll be watching is are there offensive players taken ahead of Carolina
That's the big question.
allows those top-line defensive players to leak back to number 8? One of the most interesting cases is Ashton Jeanty. Jeb, you watch more college football than most people I know, except for Connor Rogers. Did you scout 320 individual players?
As much as I would love to one-up our buddy Connor, I think I was topped out about 175.
All right, so Ashton Jeanty, Boise State. This guy had a Heisman caliber season.
Obviously, was my Heisman Trophy. It should have been him.
It absolutely had made the case. Didn't end up hoisting it because we had this generational talent in Travis Hunter. But Ashton Jeanty is so good that in a day and age where running backs become, kind of a dated commodity in the NFL, somebody you can get on a cheaper contract at a later round in the draft, he looks like a potential top 5 pick, whether it's by Jacksonville. But watch out for the Chicago Bears, because the Chicago Bears want to build around Caleb Williams, who showed flashes of being that franchise quarterback last year, but he needs more structure and support around him. The offensive line additions there will help. Receiver, we'll see how Rome Odunze progresses.
Right.
Running back Ashton Jeanty could provide, can you imagine that backfield?
You could literally just hand him the ball and that be it. He check downs, hand the ball.
It is so hard to tackle this guy. He's shifty. He's speedy. He is a bruiser at the same time, and then that would open up things for Caleb Williams. So if it's Chicago that moves up for Ashton Jeanty, what's already happening in Chicago is Walter Payton's name is being invoked.
I know.
And our Eugene Robinson who is a Packers legend, and the draft is in Green Bay. He made it up there. He knows everybody.
Yeah,
right. So
hearing him talk
he's been
about
floating
his
around,
buddy Brett. I mean,
sending me back
crazy.
videos of like, here's Drew Brees, and we'll probably hear that later.
Yep.
Here's this guy. Here's that guy. Here's Abdul Carter. So one of the guys he heard from yesterday was Ashton Jeanty at the NFL's Play 60 event, cool event they do ahead of every draft where they bring some of the players. Bryce Young happened to do it 2 years ago. And this is what Ashton Jeanty had to say about those Walter Payton comparisons.
Feels pretty good, to be compared to any great, but especially him. He's done so many great things for the game of football.
Would you rather run someone over or shake them?
I would say run him over because I think that just sets the tone. Everybody on the sideline, the team, like they feel that energy. It uplifts the team.
Like I said, not only is he a burner, Jeb, this guy can truck you, and I can't wait to see what he does in the NFL. All right, another really interesting guy in this draft, and I hesitate to bring this name up when Panthers fans are watching because up until that playoff game with Penn State, or the playoffs which involved Penn State, everybody thought Abdul Carter was going to be strutting his stuff on Friday after the draft into Bank of America Stadium. They were convinced they were getting this guy. They started making custom jerseys with Carter on the back. Well, turns out, once I saw him in that playoff game, and he played banged up too.
Yep.
He was tough as nails. It was pretty clear.
Shot up the
this
draft
guy's not
boards.
making it to 8, right?
No.
Now there's a question on where he will go. Will he go to Cleveland and join Myles Garrett? That's scary. Will he go to the New York Giants, who seem to have all these big-name pass rushers, but not a lot to show for it? And does he elevate their game there? They've got Brian Burns. Obviously, Dexter Lawrence is really good. And then a kid from Oregon whose name is escaping me right now. Somebody can text us that number and tell me what an idiot I am for forgetting his name. Kayvon Thibodeau. Could they add Abdul Carter? So for a while, it looked like he could be a number 1 pick. I mean, like a Myles Garrett type guy that you pick that highly, but that's not going to happen.
Will Levis was better.
If Tennessee had its quarterback, which they've cycled through a few recently, and they're about to get another one, but at a higher spot in the draft, obviously, than Levis and Willis. So after that, the question is, where does Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter go? Eugene also heard from Abdul Carter, who was asked, where are you going tonight?
We're going to find out tomorrow. I'm ready to get to tomorrow, find out where I'm going to go, number 1, number 2, number 3, wherever it is. I'm blessed to have the opportunity. I'm going to take advantage of my opportunity.
What do you think about some of the other guys that are regarded to be at the top of this class, whether it's Cam, Shador, Travis?
They all guys who put in the work just like me to put themselves in a position to be drafted that high, so I just give my respect to them.
How do you think Penn State prepared you to now play the next level?
Yeah, I can go on and on about that. As soon as I got there, them teaching me, taking me under their wing, getting me stronger, bigger, faster, getting me smarter on the football field. I owe a lot of things to Penn State.
Up there, you got the Penn State Nittany Lions medallion there, the Penn State white hoodie going on. So we'll see if he ends up in Cleveland, New York, further down. Who knows? It doesn't seem like he's going to go much further than that 3, 4, 5 range. And we'll see if there's any trades made in that range to see what happens.
I'm very curious to see the trades early on. I think that is what's going. And again, we don't know. But I would like to think that's what will define this first round is who's willing to move up, but more importantly, who's willing to move down.
Yeah, well, I think there are teams willing to move down, like the Panthers.
Right.
The question is there that player that teams want so badly they're going to move up for?
That's what I'm wondering.
If somebody decides to go for broke and go get Abdul Carter, I think that would be seismic. What the Panthers are going to run into is who are people coming up for? Now, the Bears, if Jeanty is still somehow on the board at 8, which is probably dicey at this point, did the Bears move up at 8, swap with the Panthers at 10? Panthers can still get Jaylen Walker at 10, and the Bears get Ashton Jeanty. So we'll see there. So it is 8:03. The NFL draft has, in theory, began. We know it's a large-scale production, and it takes some time to get to that first pick, but the Tennessee Titans do have that first overall pick. So I do want to get to a few more of our expert interviews about the Panthers and what they're going to do tonight. I want to bring back on, and I know I'm throwing curveball after curveball at you, Jeb, but I do want to bring back on Vashti Hurt from Carolina Blitz, that other cut that we had from her, because what nobody thinks the Panthers will do is trade up. There's been no indication that that's what they're going to do tonight. It's either stick and pick at 8 or trade back a few spots, land another second-round pick, an earlier pick, and then some, and still pick probably a defensive player somewhere in the early teens of this draft. So I asked Vashti if she thinks there's any chance Carolina would trade up, and I also asked her, of course, about the man of the hour who we're watching his party right now. I asked her about Jaylen Walker as well. I feel like every time I see a mock draft at this point, and I can't stop clicking on them, I know I shouldn't, but it's like, I feel like some of these outlets are just like, Jaylen Walker, because, that's what I've read. Do you think it's that? Do you think their interest in Jaylen Walker is so heavy that it's like, all right, wait till Thursday night. If he's there, he's a Panther.
I don't look at the mock drafts. I'm surprised that you do.
I can't help it.
Because it's so much.
Yeah.
And, everybody is really projecting their opinions. No one knows where the Panthers are going to go. Like you said, after that first pick, who everyone is assuming is going to be Cam Ward, there are so many questions regarding this draft, what teams plan on doing, who they like. Nobody is really tipping their hat as to what they want to do and where they're going to go. And the Panthers pretty much are doing the same. So I think that when we see the mock drafts, it's based on what the Panthers need. And the Panthers were terrible on defense, so the assumption is they're going to do whatever they need to do to shore up that side of the ball. But honestly, we don't know what direction they're going in, and we'll find that out next Thursday. But it's the drafts can get a little bit daunting. So guys, just relax on the mock drafts.
Let's stick with Jaylen Walker. He's kind of the story of the week in Charlotte. They call him a hybrid player, right? He can play outside, inside linebacker, off ball, edge rush. When you think of hybrid defensive player and this Panthers defense, does that scare you at all? Because they've had some guys where, like when I think of Jeremy Chin, like they didn't really utilize him to either of those strengths, let alone one of them. Frankie Louvu, though, he was kind of a hybrid linebacker, and he worked, but he was an undrafted guy who they picked up.
Right, and I was thinking about Frankie Louvu earlier. I think the hybrid player works if your defensive coordinator knows how to properly use him. And in the example of Jeremy Chin, he couldn't even find the field. Not last season, but the year before Evero's first year, he could barely find the field, and then he goes to Washington and he has success. On the flip side, Frankie Louvu was good, and the Panthers wanted to keep him, and he opted to go someplace else. So it really depends on the system and then how that defensive coordinator is going to utilize that player. Is Evero going to be able to get the most out of a good defensive player? Are you going to have your top edge rusher dropping back in coverage all the time? There are questions all along all of those lines, and I think ultimately it falls on Evero how those guys will succeed, especially being a hybrid player who can move along multiple positions.
All 32 NFL GMs, I bet if we go back and look at their pre-draft news conference, are going to say some version of like all options are on the table. But with the Panthers, it feels like the option that if it's on the table, it's barely there, is trading up, getting a better pick in round 1 and giving up assets. Do you think there's any chance they do that? Anything can happen, I guess.
I think they want to trade back.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe if they have a guy that they're absolutely in love with and he's at 6 or 7 and they have a good relationship with that GM, maybe they do. But I think from what I see, and Dan kind of gave it away. He said if we're stuck at 8.
I was going to ask you about that.
Stuck is like, I don't necessarily want to be in this position. And a lot of people, and I tend to agree, there's a lot of parity. Like after those top guys, let's say 5 or 6 guys, there's kind of a lot of parity from there to the rest of the guys who have a first round grade. So if there's a team who is desperate to get a guy, then I would not be mad at the Panthers trading back. You could trade back and still get Walker and get an additional pick in, let's say, the second or third round. So I think that that's what they're looking to do. But I don't see them trading up. I don't see them trading up.
Yeah, that was an interesting comment when he said if we get stuck, because then somebody asked him to kind of clarify that. He's like, oh, no, we like where we're at, but we'll be waiting. So it definitely seemed like he was like sending that signal to 31 other teams, like, we're here for you, just give us a call.
I thought it was a slip up, and maybe he was sending it to other teams. I feel like if I were a GM, I would kind of make it seem like I really wanted that 8th pick. So that way the price would be higher when you started calling my line, instead of I really don't want to pick 8th. And so, we're open for business with that pick. Then now, if I'm a negotiator, I'm saying, well, they really don't want to pick at 8, so what I'm going to offer is now less than what I would have offered if I know that they're desperate or they really have a guy that they have in mind.
All right, Vashti Hurt again on Jaylen Walker and the Panthers potentially trading up. Where, Jeb, I asked Jaylen Gilkkey earlier tonight, what's the biggest thing that would surprise him? To me, the biggest thing that would surprise me, that's actually within the realm of possibility. Rather, yes, if they draft Shadur Sanders, I will fall out of this chair. But the biggest thing that would probably surprise me would be if the Panthers traded up. This is a team and a front office that is now taking the steady, aggressive in spots approach to building this football team, spending a lot of money in free agency on the guards last year.
Yeah.
But 2 years ago they just went chips on the table. Jeb, you weren't here yet. You're a young man. You were not employed by WCNC Charlotte at the time.
We all enjoyed the Cam Newton
The
years.
Carolina Panthers traded from 9-1 during the ACC tournament.
Yep.
It wasn't even the NFL draft yet. So that's how desperate, for lack of a better word, they were to come up to 1. They paid a heavy price for it. The jury is still out on whether that was the right move.
Yep.
Because who did the Bears use that number 1 pick that the Panthers ended up, earning them last year? They got on Caleb Williams, who looks like he could be a franchise quarterback. But at least Bryce Young's finish to last season made it look, salvageable.
Right.
Made it easier to swallow than it would have been if, let's face it. I mean, 3 weeks into the season, we all thought Bryce Young was gone. And I was in that locker room, and there wasn't anybody in that building that thought Bryce Young had a future in Carolina. I'm not even sure Bryce Young did. I think he was confident he could get it back and have a future in the NFL. But in Carolina, I mean, that ship had sailed. So that move a couple of years ago has been much easier to swallow for Carolina. But what I'm ultimately trying to say is chasing somebody up and spending a lot of draft capital to do it, I don't think is what Carolina is aiming to do tonight, tomorrow, or Saturday. They have 9 picks right now. Heck, they'd love a 10th. Right. They need to fill out this roster. They need to fill out depth. They need to hit on, as Vashti said in one of our cuts, they need to hit on some of these guys beyond the first round. The Panthers historically draft very well in that first round.
Right. Better than most of the teams. You look at that track record, it's fantastic.
Yeah. So, case in point, they drafted Derek Brown in the COVID draft, 2020. Yep. I did it this would have been a dream.
Right.
I did it from my apartment, Jeb. And Derek Brown was at his family home outside of Atlanta. So they drafted all defensive players. Mm-hmm. First time in modern NFL draft history, a team had drafted all defensive players. Derek Brown was in the first round. None of those guys, 5 years later, are with the Carolina Panthers.
It's pretty
a
sad.
lot of them aren't even in the league.
Right.
So Carolina under Dan Morgan really needs to hit on some of these guys. Listen, you want your first round pick, whether you draft them at 8 or in the teens, to be right away, impact. Come onto the field right now, make a difference. Maybe not be all pro yet, maybe not Pro Bowl yet, but make a difference.
Right.
You want second, third round guys to be in the rotation, maybe vying for starting spots in certain spots. So they really do have to hit there. So, all right, we got 5.5 minutes to the Titans pick. We know it's going to be Cam Ward out of Miami by way of Washington State, by way of where, Jeb? You watch a lot of college football. I don't know if you go this deep.
I know you put it forks.
I just drove by it in San Antonio at the Final Four.
Did you really? No, I honestly cannot
This
remember.
man started his college football career, Cam Ward did, at Incarnate Word.
Wow.
And now he is about to be the number 1 pick in the NFL
his story's
draft.
amazing. I mean, that's a man with lots of resiliency.
It is. Yeah.
And his Incarnate Word highlights, because mind you, when Incarnate like that
they're a little grainy.
Yeah, right, exactly. They were shot on probably iPhones if the best. But no, he didn't have a whole lot of offers out of high school. He just kept taking bets on himself. And I think one of the things I really enjoy from some of these guys are the ones who are willing to take a chance, to be like, I know what I'm worth. I know what I can be. And he just kept doing that at Incarnate Ward, at Wazoo, and then eventually all the way to Miami, where, I mean, he was, if you watch any Miami games this year, that team, in my humble opinion, was not really even that impressive outside of what he and the offense were doing. I mean, he was a slinger.
Yeah.
He looked
Well,
great.
the defense didn't do him any favors.
No. I mean,
he could have been holding the Heisman Trophy at the end if that defense hadn't been so leaky.
They could have been a contender for the College Football Playoff, and they looked like that for a long time, almost exclusively because of what he and Xavier Restrepo and the rest of that offense was doing on their best day.
All right, you do watch college football.
I know a couple.
All right, so listen, I'm looking at the clock. It's about 8:15. The Titans are on the clock. In all of our planning meetings for this live draft special on WCNC Plus and WFMY Plus, we said, all right, at 8 o'clock, we're gonna step aside and come back when the Panthers make the pick. But just like I did in high school baseball when the third base coach threw up the stop sign, Jeb, I'm going through it.
We're going
Whether
through.
it's a good idea or not, I'm going through it.
We're going
so
home.
because it would be foolish of us to stop talking about the Panthers now because they're 8 or 7 picks away.
These are the most important picks.
After Cam Ward goes off the board, everything that happens through 2 through 7 is going to be a hint, like a little crumb about what's going to happen at 8 with the Carolina Panthers. So it's going to be fascinating to watch in real time. In fact, I just wish that the Titans had run this card up at the beginning.
Right.
Now it's up because we all know that it's going to be Cam Ward. So, I mean, when you think about the Titans, I mean, they've cycled through some quarterbacks in their history. Jake Locker, Marcus Mariota, Malik Willis. Will Levis didn't pan out. So this is a big pick for Tennessee under their new coach, Callahan. Going into his second year, had a tough year, and there's Cam Ward off the board of the Tennessee Titans. First pick of the 2025 draft is underway. And now we get to turn our attention to the Cleveland Browns. Jeb, what is your read on what the Cleveland Browns might do at number 2 overall here? As you continue to work, because you're doing everything else while I just
I think this is one of the ones. I was actually talking to one of my buddies. So I have a lot of buddies in Ohio. Shout out Ohio. I'm a big fan of the area. I was asking my buddies there. I was like, "What do you want?" And I would say split down the center. They really have 2 options. You go with the Heisman winner and Travis Hunter. Or do you go with who I and many people who are far smarter and far more knowledgeable about college football believe should be the 2nd overall pick, maybe the 1st overall pick, and Abdul Carter? I think you have to go with Travis Hunter. Generational athlete, Heisman winner, could be the best two-way player in the history of any sport. I'm talking Shohei Ohtani level of understanding both sides of the ball.
You're talking to a baseball fan now, so I have some problems with that. But go ahead.
I
keep hearing them invoke the name of the great Ohtani when it comes to Travis Hunter.
Hey,
a little different.
It's the same thing. Because you imagine if he was that. So no, I think they have to do that. I know that they've got some questions at quarterback. I know that they've got some questions really everywhere. I mean, they earned that 2nd pick.
Well, we're all wrong because the Jaguars just moved up to number 2.
Are you kidding me?
So what the Jaguars are going to take Travis Hunter because they've done a lot with their front line on defense.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't think this is Abdul Carter. I think this has got to be Travis Hunter. Unless it's Ashton Genty, unless they moved all the way up to 2 to get Ashton Genty.
I've seen him going there in a lot of mock drafts. That would be insane. It's got to be Travis Hunter.
Absolutely fascinating work, and this is why we stayed on, Jeb, because we knew this 2 through 7 is gonna get weird. It's gonna get wild. So now we will see what the Jaguars do in about 5 minutes. And man, that is an aggressive move for a new regime, new general manager, new head coach, right off the bat, going from 5 to 2. And now what they will do at 2, Trevor Lawrence could use a guy like Travis Hunter on the perimeter. The Jaguars, as I've mentioned, they've done a lot of work on the defensive front in past drafts, and they've hit on guys. But now you got a guy that can lock up one side of the field at cornerback is your hope. So it'll be fascinating to see how, all right, let's think about this. Who's the new coach of the Jaguars? It's Liam Cohen, a longtime NFL and college, and I think that's big here. Offensive coordinator. He's probably got pages and pages of ideas on what he would do with Travis Hunter. Now, listen, there may be something out there on social media about what Jacksonville's thoughts are here, but I don't think this is for Abdul Carter. I think it's Hunter or it's Genty. If they really thought Genty'd be off the board.
If it's Genty, this would be crazy. That means they heard something from
It's got it, like, just based on value at number 2. it's got to be Travis Hunter.
It has to be.
Overall, he's a better prospect than the number one pick, Cam Ward. I mean, Cam Ward is the best quarterback, and
Absolutely.
the Titans need a quarterback. But if you're just going like best overall talent, it's got to be the guy who hoists the Heisman Trophy for Colorado University.
Yeah.
Good stuff here. All right. So, I mean, Trevor Lawrence, he needs some help, man.
And
that offense has been scuffling. Obviously, they have a new coach. Again, Liam Cohen, offensive-minded. But adding a weapon like Travis Hunter, and it just, whatever team was going to draft him, it was going to be interesting to see how they used him.
Right.
I know a lot of my Patriots friends wanted Travis Hunter as if he would fall to 4.
Right.
I don't know. Like, it doesn't excite me to see what like Mike Vrabel does with Travis Hunter.
No.
It really excites me to see what Liam Cohen may do with Travis Hunter.
I think the Jaguars are going to be fun this year. I think that's a franchise.
I believe the Panthers do play the Jaguars in Jacksonville this year. I'm going to have to look that up. That was not on my list of things to bring in here. But yeah, that'll be a fascinating
So
look.
have you seen any details about what the trade actually was?
I have not. I've been trying to.
I've got a guy.
Let's see what we know.
I've got.
Maybe we're all wrong. Maybe they're getting Jaylen Walker. I have no idea.
Right.
Let's look at the draft party. Everybody's still eating dinner, so I think we're good there. I don't think it's him. It to me, it's
let's pull that up
okay.
here.
So yeah, it looks like a lot of trades going in that. A lot of picks going back and forth.
I'm not surprised. And this is what I said earlier on in our stream. I think this draft is going to be defined more than the ones previous by those trades, by those first round trades.
I think I saw there's an average about 5 trades in the first round over the last 9 or 10 years. So now we've got one basically right off the bat. Now when it comes to 8, the 8th pick has been traded only once in the last 10 years. 9 out of the last 10 years, the 8th pick and the team with it has stood pat. So we shall see. So we also got to think about this from the Browns' perspective. They were clearly very comfortable moving back to 5. So who are they chasing down at 5? So we go Titans get Cam Ward. Jaguars presumably get Travis Hunter. And that's what it is. Jaguars have picked Travis Hunter. It looks like. They're showing him in the green room. So I think great minds here. They know what's going on here too. The Patriots are probably going to pick the offensive tackle Will Campbell. So I would say Ward, Hunter, Abdul Carter to the Giants if they stay.
I guess.
Campbell to the Patriots.
Yep.
And what do the Browns do?
I don't know what. Now I have no
idea. Is this a Tator McMillan play? Do the Browns want to get McMillan at 5?
Who's their quarterback? Right?
Well, I was afraid you'd ask me that.
Watson's
There's a whole lot of stuff going with that, from Kirk Cousins to a whole lot of other stuff. But, I don't know. I mean, this is kind of just guesswork here about what the Browns are thinking at 5. There's a lot of good offensive tackles on the board.
Yeah.
Or maybe they want Mason Graham at 5. That's kind of in range for him too, the defensive tackle that, Julian thinks may fall to the Panthers tonight. Obviously, they've got the best edge rusher in the world.
Right.
So they felt comfortable going back to 5. But we'll see. So pick is in for the Jaguars. I think we and the rest of the world think that that's going to be Travis Hunter tonight.
I would be shocked.
But yeah, like I said, I mean, it was already going to be interesting 2 through 7. I wasn't sure it would start at 2. There were some cases where I thought it may just start at 5. But now here we have the Jacksonville Jaguars with their new head coach and GM.
Aggressive
shaking
move.
things
I mean,
up.
you can't.
Yeah. So you've got Abdul
here.
Carter will be on the board for the Giants, and I think that's just a smart play. I mean, he adds to a bunch of big names on the defensive front, but we'll see if it all works
This is
out.
some good context for us. So it looks like the Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick. They gave up a 4th round pick and a 6th round. So they give up the 2nd, a 4th round, and a 6th round. The Jaguars to move up to 2. This is good because this will put into concept what the Panthers might be looking to move down for. They gave up the number 5 pick, a 2nd pick, a 4th, and then their 1st round pick.
Wow.
For next year, if I'm reading this correctly. So 2 1st round picks and a second. So that's a lot of capital.
Yep.
If the Panthers, I don't think they're looking for that much.
I think you want to get a second-round pick that's sooner sooner than 57. I don't think going from 8 to the teens is going to net you next year's first-round pick.
I think that a higher second is extremely reasonable.
Yeah, so right now the Panthers pick 25th in tomorrow night's second round. So, wow. That was an earlier shakeup than we had thought.
Yeah,
so,
right off the bat. All right.
So now we move to the next pick. We think it's the New York Giants. And we think that is going to be Abdul Carter, who we heard from earlier. I mean, he's dressed the part of a top pick. He's about to be a top 5 pick. And that's another fascinating aspect of this. So I'm fascinated. Yes, it is Travis Hunter. Fascinated to see what Liam Cohen has planned for Travis Hunter. He's probably calling him right now, telling him, here is what I can do with you.
All right, big shocker, Travis Hunter. It's official.
So Travis Hunter, listed as a cornerback, goes to Jacksonville, where he will also be tasked with helping Trevor Lawrence and opening up a Jaguars offense that got stale under Doug Peterson and is now being run by longtime offensive coordinator and former UMass Minuteman quarterback Liam Cohen. I covered him in college. He was older than me. I was in college too. So Travis Hunter, all smiles. He's going to Duval. Pink jacket, love that. We've got the Jaylen Walker watch party. Really, I don't think they're sweating anything too much yet. Great family up there, great community. Looks like they're having a great night. We did see Jaylen earlier in a beautiful maroon or wine-colored suit. So he brought the draft party to Salisbury, North Carolina. How often can you say that? So, I don't know if this changes much for the Giants, who probably would have considered Travis Hunter, but I think they'd be awfully happy with Abdul Carter, who, as we mentioned earlier, could have very well been the number 1 overall pick in this draft. So the Giants on the clock, they've got 4 minutes to turn their card in. They've got questions at quarterback. A lot of people, this is like this probably won't be Shedeur Sanders. Well, but wouldn't it be the most Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders thing ever to go back to back? Now, the Shedeur Sanders thing has just taken on a life of its own the last couple of months. This is a guy that everybody thought could go to the Giants at 3 overall, and now everybody thinks could slide back towards the 20s in this first round. So that's another fascinating aspect to this draft. I think this is Abdul Carter.
Yeah, but I mean,
man, the Giants, they need a quarterback.
They do.
They absolutely need a quarterback.
I don't think anybody thinks Russ is the guy. I mean, he's fine. Russell Wilson was serviceable in Pittsburgh.
But picking Shedeur Sanders at number 3 overall, that's a tough one. I mean, I think he's got a future as like a solid quarterback in the league. He's not as dynamic as Cam Ward, but he can make every throw. He's got a great arm. He's productive. If you're New York and you're thinking, who's our next quarterback going to be? It's got to be somebody that can handle the limelight.
Well, that's the thing.
Are we talking ourselves into picking Shedeur Sanders for the New York Giants?
I wouldn't hate it, and I think the way you're describing it, it makes sense. And here's the deal. I like the pick in that clearly they need to start thinking about the future. And Abdul Carter is great, but I like the idea of getting a big, flashy player under center for New York. Like, that just makes sense. Like, Eli Manning was not that. Like, he was the most not New York player.
Daniel Jones, Charlotte kid, didn't work out. They had to cut him for nothing in the middle of last season.
Which I also thought was a very strange.
And he didn't really, grasp that New York limelight.
No.
Look at Jaylen Walker, everybody. Look at that. This man, the best-dressed man in Salisbury, North Carolina, if not the entire Carolinas right now. We're going to see where he goes later in this first round, potentially to the Carolina Panthers at 8. But as we've been saying since this draft began, Jeb, we got to see where this thing goes.
Yeah,
we are Jacksonville just said, buckle up. And now we're going to hear the New York Giants pick in just a moment here. So
I can beat you to it. Abdul Carter.
It's Abdul Carter. I was kind of hoping they'd go Shedeur Sanders just because, man, how fun would that be? And, he'd probably bear hug Travis Hunter on the stage, but they'll have to wait for their embrace a little bit longer. So, again, in your lower right of your screen, Jaylen Walker, Salisbury, North Carolina native, son of a college football coach. That is his father, Curtis Walker, to his right. Jeb, I got to say, we've been watching this feed. Curtis Walker's been sitting in that chair. I mean, dude, this guy is like ready to jump out of that chair for his son. He's trying to figure out where he's going to go and what's going to happen. And Jaylen just looks like kind of cool. Like Curtis said, he was hanging out in town getting breakfast with his little bro earlier today. Just kind of an average Thursday in Salisbury, North Carolina. It is about to be anything but average here in a few minutes. So the New York Giants, they take Abdul Carter, best pass rusher off the board. That does, listen, I think that was expected. I'm not sure the Panthers expected, that, Carter would still be there and then other guys would still be there. So we've got the Patriots are going to be next after Abdul Carter goes to the Giants, and all indications there point to offensive tackle Will Campbell. Somebody's got to keep the kid Drake May upright. So this is a kid from LSU. He's 6'6", 320 pounds. Drake May from Charlotte, North Carolina, Pride of Myers Park High School, star at North Carolina. He was a top pick last year. So it does sound like we've got a special guest. So we're going to go back to Jaylen Gilkkey. There he is, my man. Jaylen, what do you think, man? I mean, we were shocked by the Jaguars. What are your thoughts? All right, so we can't hear Jaylen. That's probably on our end. So we will go back to Jaylen in a moment. So, this is the big surprise early so far is that the Jaguars swapped with the Browns 2 for 5. Jaguars picked Travis Hunter. The Browns are after the Patriots, but the Patriots are likely going Will Campbell.
You guys hear me?
So,
1, 2, 3, 4,
yep,
5,
we got
6, 7,
Jaylen
8, 9,
now.
10.
We
Can
got
you
you,
hear me?
buddy. Silky's there. Silky's on the line.
There you go.
All right, man. So we're sitting there jaws agape with this Jaguars thing. Did you see that coming?
Man, I had no clue that was on the table when you're the Cleveland Browns and it's been pretty much set in stone that, Tennessee Titans were going to take Cam Ward at number 1. I would think Cleveland would be salivating to take, the best player, the best athlete, the best weapon in this draft at number 2 in Travis Hunter. But to see what they were able to receive from Jacksonville, I can't be upset with the haul that they got in return for the number 2 pick. I mean, they're still drafting here in the first round coming up shortly. And then to snatch Jacksonville's first round pick next year, I think that's critical. And we saw that when the Carolina Panthers traded with the Bears, and the Bears ended up with Carolina's number 1 pick the following season, how detrimental that could be to the growth of your team and to your organization. So when you're able to have that opportunity to take a number 1 pick from a team, and you're an organization like Cleveland that's probably going to be picking in the top 10 again next year and possibly the year after that, just because of that's how things tend to go in Cleveland, you might have to jump on that. They got a lot of holes to fill with the Browns. But I think when you have an opportunity to take a player like Travis Hunter and you could possibly fill 2 holes at one time, I think that's something you do. But again, that haul was something that I guess GM Andrew Berry just couldn't turn down.
Yeah, we were going to go off at 8, and we were like, no, we got to stay. And then, boom, that hit. So fascinated a couple ways. Jeb, I don't think we can do this. I would love to call my brother-in-law who's from Cleveland because he's probably tearing his hair out right now. Like, what are we doing? Who are we going to get? Like, Cleveland is like – what are we doing, man? What do you think Cleveland's – what do you think they're going with now? I don't know. Ashton Genty? No, I don't think it's Ashton Genty. That's a tough one, man. Maybe I think I said Ted McMillan.
Because of the fact –
yeah.
Listen, I mean, again, it's hard to pinpoint a specific position that the Cleveland Browns need help at because they need help at so many different positions. Maybe they do go Ashton Genty because of the fact that Nick Chubb suffered another unfortunate season-ending injury this year. And that's something that we have seen a couple times throughout his career. So maybe you do go Ashton Genty and just try to prep and prepare for the future in Cleveland. Maybe you do go Ted McMillan because right now he is the number 1 offensive weapon still on the board. I mean, I know you got Njoku. Maybe you go after one of the tight ends. I don't know what you do. I think right now, if you're Cleveland, you didn't see too much difference between, that number 2 spot and Travis Hunter and then the next available guy. So I guess you just go ahead and take the best available guy and hope and pray it turns into something. I know this is something that the Cleveland sports fans are probably used to. They ask a lot of questions about their organizations and their front offices over the years. So I think this is kind of par for the course.
It would be very Cleveland to trade out of a spot to get Travis Hunter to then get Tet McMillan. So I don't think that's what they're going to do. I'm pushing that out of my mind. Maybe a tackle, maybe Mason Graham. They could use more help in the middle of their defensive line than grabbing Abdul Carter, which obviously the Giants have now. So maybe they go Mason Graham. So this, we'll see what happens. It potentially doesn't set up well for the Carolina Panthers. So, looks like the Patriots, unless there's been another
exactly
trade.
What I was thinking, but this is not. Let's see. Like I said, I think that was my first thought when this trade kind of set up. I said, "Oh, this isn't shaping up good for Carolina because now we got an unforeseen shakeup, and maybe some of the guys that the Panthers have been eyeing are going to be off the board here, but we still got time to see what's going to happen."
Yeah. So let's see. Patriots going to get Will Campbell. We'll see what the Browns do, the Raiders do, the Jets do. Jaylen, man, I appreciate you being with us kind of in the shockwaves of that trade there, and we'll definitely come back to you to analyze that Panthers pick, whatever it may be, and whenever it may be. So we're kind of reeling and reacting to that as the Patriots are on the clock now. And Jaylen, I don't think you can – have you gotten a look at Jaylen Walker's suit tonight? I'm going to have to send it to you.
So, I have not seen it, but my favorite suit of the night, Will Campbell. The big fella is stepping with the green pinstripes, the double breast with the off-white cream buttons. Oh, Will Campbell killing it. I did not know he was that fashionable, but I tell you what, he's my favorite suit of the night so far.
Well, congrats to the tailor because all the talk for Will Campbell was how short his arms were, if that matters. But I don't know. But he's going to be strutting that suit across the stage or wherever he's at in a few minutes because the Patriots are going to take him. Hey, man, I appreciate you popping back on in short notice there when this trade was made. So we'll check back in with you with whatever the Panthers do. But as you said, it's going to be an interesting ride for the next handful of picks.
Cool, man. Thanks. Just hit me up whenever you need me. I'll pop back in. We'll make it happen.
I know you will, buddy. Thank you. All right, another look down there, Jaylen Walker's draft party. So families all together for Jaylen Walker right now, which that's interesting because there have been mocks that have him as a top 5 pick. So, we'll see. They're clearly ready to receive a phone call at some point and see what happens here. So this may be like the most boring part of the top 5, Jeb, because I really don't think the Patriots are taking anybody but Will Campbell here. So while we're waiting for that, I do want to hear from Connor Rogers from NBC Sports again, if we could pull him back up. If you can dig through your coffers there. So I asked Connor Rogers, now listen, if indeed these defensive players start going off the board and it presents the position that the Panthers don't want to be in, Dan Morgan says getting stuck at number 8. If there isn't a defensive player they like, there isn't a trade partner to come back down that they want to take a deal from, then do they just shift gears and go offense? And is Tetor McMillan, T-Mac, as he likes to be called, from Arizona, big-bodied, big pass-catching target, helps Bryce Young right away, you would think. If he's there, is that where the Panthers go? So we asked that to NBC Sports' Connor Rogers. We asked him that and about getting a receiver on day 2 of the draft. So here's what Connor said about all that while we wait for the Patriots pick to come in.
I wouldn't be shocked because of the caliber player he is. I think his draft starts with the Jags at 5. I think Jacksonville could feasibly take Tet McMillan and go, we have Brian Thomas Jr., we have Tet McMillan, we have an incredible pairing with size and speed, and we like that duo, and Liam Cohen knows a thing or two about having good wide receivers coming from the Bucs. So there's not a guarantee that he's there, but there's a good shot that he's there. Dallas will probably be on him at 12. Seattle will be on him at 18. I would really like it because it's helping your young quarterback and it's getting you a ball winner, right? A contested catch threat that makes your quarterback's life so much easier, that go-to target. I think they are all over the defensive players in this draft. If they take Tet McMillan at 8, they've done a really good job hiding that, keeping that card close to the vest and fooling us all.
Yeah, it seems like the more likely scenario is they get one of those guys on day 2, receiver-wise. It looks like there might be some speed living there, but is 57 too long of a wait for the Panthers? That's where they are now, or are they going to need to do some work either trading back in the first round or trading up on Friday night?
That's going to be a little bit of a sweat, right? Because you have a lot of teams right in front of you in that spot that are going to be looking to capitalize off of the depth of wide receiver in this class. Tennessee at 35 comes to mind, New England at 38. I would say the Jets at 42. Dallas once again at 44, depending on what they do at 12. The Falcons at 46. And then I'd say Seattle at 50 and 52 is really, really interesting. So when it comes down to it like that, there's just, and the Packers, of course, at 54, I think are going to be all over the wide receivers. So you might want to make some calls and feel how the board flows. Now, it depends how many wide receivers you like. If you look at it and go, we're comfortable with Jack Best from TCU here, we're comfortable with Kyle Williams from Washington State here, we have a comfort level on 7 different wide receivers on day 2, then you're probably going to be fine. But coaching staffs, they tend to fall in love with players, or they view guys as scheme fits and guys that don't fit. And that might be the situation for the Panthers, where they sit there and go, you know what, let's get a little aggressive here. Let's get our guy and make sure we kind of get a little bit of both. We get a defensive stalwart that we feel really good about in the top 10 of the draft. And then we were aggressive on day 2 to get our young quarterback and our head coach some help at wide receiver. We feel like both these guys are going to be impact players in 2025.
Are tight end and tackle deep enough for the Panthers to kind of double dip with that offensive mindset on day 2 or even day 3?
It's interesting because it feels like this tight end class got a reputation for being really, really deep. And I think it has more role players on that side of things. So, you look at Colson Loveland and Tyler Warren, they're going to go in the top 15. They're really special prospects at tight end. Elijah Arroyo and Mason Taylor probably go in the second round or the top of the third round. More for Arroyo. I think Taylor's locked into the second round. Then you look at it, where does Terrence Ferguson from Oregon go? I think he's going to be a good third round player. After that, you're looking at either blocking tight ends or possession kind of threats, guys that are tight end 2s or tight end 3s. And then tackle has a problem where a lot of the college tackles are going to be guards at the next level, whether it's arm length, whether it's just lack of ability in terms of explosiveness in their pass sets and their lack of ability to mirror on an island, but they have a good anchor where they'll kick inside the guard. So surprisingly, I don't love the depth of both of those position groups. I think it'll be completely adequate on day 2, second and third round, but I think the 4th round, you'll see a big drop off where there's not a big drop off on the 3rd round and the 4th round with the defensive line group, or even edge pass rush to an extent. Safety has some depth. Running back has so much depth. So it's always how the balances go of different draft classes.
All right, again, Connor Rogers diving into potential day 2 picks for the Panthers, and at the top of that, talking about Tatora McMillan from Arizona. And obviously, that was recorded yesterday, and the Jaguars aren't taking Tatora McMillan from Arizona because they just took Travis Hunter in that big shakeup that has shaken up the draft so far. So just to recap, as we thought, Titans went Cam Ward. Then, as we didn't think, the Browns and Jaguars swapped 5 for 2, respectively. Jacksonville gets Travis Hunter. Abdul Carter was kind of a logical choice at that point for the New York Giants. The Patriots take offensive tackle Will Campbell from LSU, which was kind of in writing, over the last couple of days. So as we look at these green rooms, and I know everybody's familiar with what they look like, and, we've got Jaylen Walker at Salisbury Country Club, but a lot of these picks, I think 15 of these prospects are in Green Bay. And nobody watches more professional football than Scott Hansen, the host of NFL Red Zone. He actually spoke with our Danielle Stein from one of these green rooms in Green Bay yesterday. Here's what he had to say about the draft environment overall, and also the Panthers potentially helping Bryce Young in this draft too.
Scott Hansen, the host of NFL Red Zone. Thank you so much for joining me, first of all. I know you guys are in the Lowe's draft room right now, which is pretty cool. Obviously, that's a Charlotte-based company too. If you can describe what these draftees are feeling when they're in this room anticipating, their name being called. What is this vibe like for these kids, basically?
Well, Danielle, great to be with you. Wish you were here in Green Bay with us. I'm speaking to you from the NFL Draft Green Room built by Lowe's. I'm actually sitting in one of the chairs that one of the moms or dads or agents or one of the players themselves will be sitting in when they get that famous phone call here in round 1 on Thursday night. It's certainly the biggest non-playing event in American sports, but it's a festival, a spectacle, an event unlike anything else. It's so much fun. So much fun.
For you, as someone who's watching every single touchdown in the NFL week after week, when you started to see Bryce Young starting to really turn it on halfway through that season, what are you kind of assessing as you're seeing his progression, especially as the Panthers are clearly doing a lot last year to invest in their offense, where now maybe it's going to be more on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, when you take a guy number 1 overall at the quarterback position, you have to be a franchise quarterback. Otherwise, it's going to not be considered a good pick. And I think Bryce, obviously, his well-documented bumpy rookie season was what it was. At the end of last year, maybe the last month and a half, Bryce was playing his best football. The reigning Super Bowl champions are the Philadelphia Eagles. Go back and look at what they did. They had to secure their franchise quarterback, and they did, and they gave him a huge contract prior to the Super Bowl season. But
All right, yes, we do have breaking news, and for Panthers fans who had convinced themselves this morning Mason Graham would be waltzing into Bank of America Stadium tomorrow, that dream, as short-lived as it was, is now over. Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan, has been selected by the Cleveland Browns. So now, Jeb, I think if you are a Browns fan, you're probably still kind of weighing this a little bit, but they pass up the chance to draft Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, and they swap back to 5, get a first-round pick next year as part of that haul, and now they get the best defensive lineman, interior defensive lineman in this draft. Mason Graham is a game wrecker. He has dominated games all over the map. Connor Rogers from NBC Sports was quick to point out he has picked the He dominated the games that mattered the most. So Mason Graham to the Browns, that is certainly going to affect what happens with the Carolina Panthers as I catch myself up here.
Yeah, while Nick's looking at that, I'll just say, that is a great pick. If I'm a Browns fan, I'm very happy. But Nick, you've got some news for us.
Yeah, no surprise here. Adam Schefter of ESPN reporting on X that the Panthers are now they are on the phone. They are trying to trade out of this 8th pick because this is the situation they didn't want to be in, where they feel, quote-unquote, stuck. So now it's about who wants to come up. Does somebody want to come up and get Ashton Genty? That's in play. I don't think coming up for a quarterback is in play. Coming up for an offensive tackle, there's a couple of really good ones left on the board. I don't think anybody's coming up for Jaylen Walker. So it's just going to depend on who is in love with who, and do they think they have to get to 8 to get that player. But no surprise to hear Adam Schefter now saying, after Mason Graham's off the board, and we kind of saw this coming
that's the way,
when the Jaguars made that move and picked Travis Hunter and set this whole thing off, that the Panthers would like to trade out of that pick because they think, and many prognosticators of this draft think, you can still get a pretty good pass rusher 10 and below. And you know what? It could still be the guy sitting in that sweet wine-colored suit in Salisbury, North Carolina.
Listen,
you may not have to take him at 8. If you are convinced that he's not going to go off the board and you can get him at 10 or 11 and get an earlier second-round pick than you have now, which is 57, then that may be the play. And if you know what? If you trade back and he comes off the board, you still got a lot of guys you probably like. We've talked about the next best defensive tackle, which is probably Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. We've talked about other edge rushers like Donovan Ezeraku, productive as heck defensive end from Boston College. Surprised he's not talked about a top 10 pick. You've got Michael Williams, Jaylen Walker's teammate at Georgia, who battled through some ankle injuries last year to still have a pretty productive season and an all-SEC season for the Bulldogs. I think, I know they think they have options beyond 8, and they want to recoup some draft picks and build some capital and build out this roster.
So
we'll see what happens now. Now that the Browns have taken Mason Graham, the interesting thing about Mason Graham, Jeb, is like Panthers fans for weeks were convinced he was not going to be there. But then, as we've discussed all night, it seemed that there was this setup for Graham and Walker to both be there. That is no longer the case. So Mason Graham is off the board. So you've had 3 of the last 4 picks go on the defensive side of the ball. Travis Hunter listed as a cornerback, and he does play there and will play there, so you count that. But you've had a mini run on defensive players. You haven't had a run on edge players.
Nope.
And I don't think that's going to happen until that range that the Panthers could trade back into. So let's see what the Raiders do here. Some people think that this could be – is it Ashton Jeanty?
It's Ashton Jeanty.
Ashton Jeanty goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. So, this keeps Jaylen Walker on the board.
Yep.
But it's not a situation where the Bears are trading up to you to pick up Ashton Jeanty.
No.
So you kind of look at it 2 different ways if you are a Panthers fan. So, Ashton Jeanty going to play for Pete Carroll, which I think is fascinating
I think it's
pairing, because who is Pete Carroll's best running back in the pros? It was Marshawn Lynch, man. I mean, this guy is kind of a spitting. I know we talked about I got excited. The Walter Payton comps before. But yeah, you could see this guy as kind of a Marshawn Lynch, tough runner, as well as bringing a really good amount of speed. So, he had some fumble issues in that playoff game, but overall, he just had such an excellent season, an all-time college football season.
And this is a team that rushed for like 80 yards a game last year. I mean, they're rushing it. Zamir White and Abdul, I can't remember the other guy's name.
Yeah.
They didn't have a rushing attack.
Yeah.
Now you've got a new quarterback in Geno Smith, which, sure.
Yeah.
Ashton Jeanty. That is a move that I love. I liked him going to Dallas or Vegas. Those are the 2 teams that I thought he'd be the biggest fit in. So I really like this move. I think if I were a Raiders fan, I'd be thrilled. My ex-girlfriend's dad is a big Raiders fan. So
shout out to Jed's ex-girlfriend's
this
dad.
This one's for you. I know he's going to be thrilled with it. So I think that's a really, really great pick.
All right.
But now we got a big question.
Yeah, so the Jets are up next. I could see them taking a tackle. I could see them going offense here. So Carolina will have its pick of the remaining defensive players, and maybe it goes chalk. Maybe it goes to Salisbury, North Carolina, the way all the mocks said it would. That it's Jaylen Walker.
Like it at this point.
If they cannot get the trade value they think they can get and go back and get another edge rusher, maybe they just pick Walker. I'm not saying settle for him, because I think he kind of fits their scheme better than a traditional hand in the ground 4-3 defensive end. I mean, this is a guy that can run. I mean, I could just see Bobby and Derek Brown parting the seas up front defensively, and this kid exploding through the middle to wreck anything you had going on in the backfield. So I'm really starting to think it's going to be Jaylen Walker.
And I think
get that shot of Salisbury ready. So I think we're about 20 minutes from Jaylen Walker becoming a Carolina Panther at this point, unless Dan Morgan can swing a deal that he feels really good about.
And you look at the teams behind, I just don't know who's moving up. I think the Jets go M'Boue here. I've seen that on a lot of mocks.
I think that's the case too. I could see them, though, going with Warren or McMillan to really amplify that passing game, because right now it's Garrett Wilson. Now, their quarterback situation doesn't really warrant that at this point. They have Justin Fields.
Yeah, if they're going to go with Fields, I'd want to stack up that O-line like nobody's business, because he's running. And they've got Breece Hall.
Yeah.
And they have who's the other running back from Wisconsin?
Can't remember off the top of my head, but
he's also really good. I think he's great too.
So I think we're in unison here. You are the Missouri Tigers expert.
Yes.
Give me something on Armand M'Boue.
That guy is a freak athlete. I believe and this is off the cuff, I think he allowed 1 sack last season on something like 200 pressures. You look at the combine, and sometimes you see combine stats, like that's not a great representation of what they are in the field. No. What he did in the combine is what he is. He's a freak athlete. He is an amazing on the line. I think, and I'm honestly kind of surprised he fell this low, because I think he's one of those guys, we're going to look at him next year. He's going to be on the all-rookie team. I think he's going to translate extremely well to the NFL. You look at a lot of Missouri's success, it was because of him exclusively. So I'm very excited to see where he lands. It might be a great pick for the Jets.
I bet Jets fans would argue, and I think they do like to argue, that they may have gotten the better tackle in the draft if it is Membou over Will Campbell from the Patriots. You know, I think they could probably look at this pick and make that argument because of all the things that you're talking about right now. So it's Membou. Well, we are deciding for the Jets that it's Membou, and then we'll see.
And I can tell you right now, we just got it. Armand Membou.
Look at us.
He's going to the Jets.
So now let's turn our attention to Salisbury, North Carolina, to see how this goes, because I think we may see a phone call here, Jeb, to Jaylen Walker in Salisbury, North Carolina. And this is going to be fascinating. This is why we do this. This is why we stay up live on WCNC Plus and WFMY Plus, because it is coming down to the potential for the Panthers to pick a kid in their backyard who is ready by the phone in their backyard. 45 minutes up I-85.
Here, we're gonna bring him in.
And we want to see the Walker family, who was wonderful to us in welcoming Danielle Stein into their home earlier this week. They are sitting together. There's a lot of angst there right now. There's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of looking at the phone from Jaylen Walker. Dad's the coach, and he's
Julian in here. I mean, I feel like was he able to join us, or do you want to do Locked On first?
Yeah, he's going to do Locked On first,
okay.
And then we're going to get Julian in here. We're going to go to the Bank of America Stadium first and foremost as we watch potentially what happens with the watch party in Salisbury, North Carolina, if he indeed goes to the Panthers. So there's the Walker family right there. Man, I can't even imagine what this is like for them right now. You'd think if this is the Panthers that a phone call is coming. But as we mentioned, Adam Schefter a couple of minutes ago reporting that the Carolina Panthers are actively trying to trade out of this pick. And as we've mentioned, they could trade out of this pick and still get Jaylen Walker or at least another edge rusher that they feel good about. So, man, I'm feeling it. Like right now, I'm watching this.
I feel what they're feeling down there.
I'm feeling a little queasy right now myself watching this for this kid. He's going to get drafted tonight. We just don't know if it's going to be in the next 10, 15 minutes by his hometown team. And he talked about at the Combine, idolizing Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis, Panthers' great linebackers. And boy, was that music to Panthers fans' ears. So we will see what happens. So Membou off the board to the Jets. Is that official yet, or are you just getting that intel? So
I mean, it will be official. But I've got
so the Panthers, for all intents and purposes, are on the clock right now. Will they select Jaylen Walker? Will they trade back? Will they feel like, listen, there's not an edge rusher we feel good about right now at this pick. There's not a trade we feel good about to move back, and we are going to throw a total wild card to what everybody thought and pick an offensive tackle or pick Tator McMillan or pick Tyler Warren. Those things could be on the board. They also need safety. I think this is too early for a safety. So if Dan Morgan is on the phone right now, that phone is burning because they are up against it a little bit here with the Jets about to turn in the card for Armand Membou from Missouri. And Jeb, as we watch this, you don't see the call coming in yet, but they do tend to come in right before that pick is made.
You can see him on his phone.
If we see that phone ring, he's looking at the pick in for the Jets right now, which we know is Armand Membou. But if he picks up that phone, Jeb, I want to go to that shot full.
Yep.
Because
absolutely.
that's what it's going to be. Okay, so the Jets are going to get better on offense. Somebody brought up the point. Their coach, Aaron Glenn, who was defensive coordinator with the Lions, saw what the Lions did in building their team up to what it is now. It started with getting a tackle in Penei Sewell. And so that is what Aaron Glenn is looking to do now with Armand Membou, who is he's just off the phone in Kansas City, Missouri, with the New York Jets, who have selected him at number 7 overall. Yeah, it's all about to change for the better for this kid, and we're watching it right now. But until he hears that phone call, until he knows what his future holds and which team holds it, it's just got to be, nerve-wracking, a little bit of anxiety. But he does look like a cool customer. It's mom and dad. I want this for mom and dad. Just Just tell him where he's going. Tell him where they need to go to all their home games. But, we'll see with Jaylen Walker. It's going to happen tonight for sure. But, yeah, trading back, we've heard from multiple experts tonight where a sweet spot would be. It seems that sweet spot would be early double digits, 10 to 15. Once you get past that, you kind of lose a little bit of the edge rush group. You could grab a safety after that, perhaps a Matthew Golden, a wide receiver in those late teens. The Panthers, as they mentioned to us, have gone through these scenarios many, many times and have planned for just about everything. Not sure they planned for that Browns and Jaguars swap, but they have a lot of plans for a lot of different things. And I think I'm hearing a lot of noise from Julian Council in the conference room. So the Panthers have made a selection, and it looks like it's getting leaked before it's turned in. So as soon as we find that out, we're going to bring it to you. But no call has been made from what we're seeing to Jaylen Walker in Salisbury, North Carolina.
Nope.
So Panthers pick is in. They are picking at number 8. So they either really like the pick they're about to make or they couldn't swing a deal to move back that they thought was worth it. Is it Tet McMillan?
It is Tet McMillan.
Tator McMillan is a Carolina Panther. That is not the most surprising thing that I saw happening tonight, but it is very surprising. The Panthers clearly did not love Jaylen Walker as much as many of the draft prognosticators chalked them up to love Jaylen Walker. And we did see the family there. I think they're probably disappointed that it's not Carolina. That was their chance to probably go top 10. He could go to the Saints. He could slide back to Atlanta at 15. So Carolina. So you're telling me, Jeb, that Carolina is going to draft Tator McMillan from Arizona?
Yes.
So the Panthers are getting a wide receiver at number 8 to come in and immediately help Bryce Young. So Tator McMillan is a big target. He's 6'4", 219 pounds, out of Arizona. This guy has a massive catch radius, right? Like Bryce Young, who's an accurate quarterback, can put it up there for him, and this guy is supposedly, good enough to go get it at the NFL level right away. Panthers spent their first-round pick last year, traded up to spend a first-round pick on a wide receiver in Xavier Legette. I think he can still grow into a solid receiver role in Carolina, but clearly they don't think that is a finished position for them. So we're going to eventually see where Jaylen Walker goes. We are going to get you to Bank of America Stadium here shortly, where Danielle Stein will be standing by. I'll wait until that's all set and ready to go. But Tet McMillan goes to the Carolina Panthers. I know we do have some sound loaded up from some folks, including Connor Rogers on that. We can wait for that. We are going to wait for the pick to officially come in. If we want to play Connor Rogers' thoughts on Tet McMillan, it's pretty short. And then we will get live reaction from our crews at Bank of America Stadium and at WFMY with Jaylen Gilkkey. And then, of course, Julian Council, who we heard audibly react to that pick. So I cannot wait to get his thoughts. Tator McMillan will be a Carolina Panther. Man, this is I think, Jeb, when that early run on defensive players happened and Mason Graham was off the board, I think it was either trade back or get the receiver. So I think there are a good chunk of Panthers fans that are actually going to be pretty happy with this. This is a help for Bryce Young, who, still needs to build off the momentum of last season. It is not a perfect receiver room with Xavier Legette, undrafted kid Jalen Coker, who showed flashes, Adam Thielen, who's probably heading into his last season in Carolina or perhaps the NFL at large. David Moore, veteran, who they're keeping around, and he became a safety blanket. Tight end still needs to be figured out and could still be addressed in this draft. But in Tator McMillan, it looks like they have a guy that they think can be a number one receiver for Bryce Young for years to come. Now, the comp everybody keeps making at 6'4" is Mike Evans, who has torched the Carolina Panthers for years and years and years with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, when I listed all the players that the Panthers could potentially draft, I put them into buckets, Jeb, like Here's who they probably will get at 8. Here's who they would trade back to get. And then my category was fun to talk about, but probably not going to happen. And Tet McMillan led that category for me because I did not think, and the Panthers, I mean, credit to them. They kept this incredibly close to the vest. I don't think, especially in these waning days towards the draft starting, anybody really thought Tet McMillan would go to the Carolina Panthers.
No,
so,
this is a lot higher than I thought he was going.
So as we talk about Tet McMillan, and we're going to get you to our field crews in a moment, you just tell me when Danielle is ready at Bank of America Stadium. We are going to still keep an eye on Jaylen Walker because he could very well be picked in the next 5 picks or at some point in the teens. But it won't be to the Carolina Panthers. So Tet McMillan is in Green Bay. We saw him with his suit and his attire, very sharply dressed, had the lay. Yep. So that is all important to him, and he will bring that to Carolina tomorrow. So he will be introduced here for the Carolina Panthers tomorrow at Bank of America Stadium. And I don't think a lot of fans thought this would be the guy that they are seeing walk into Bank of America Stadium. So we're going to go back out to Bank of America Stadium now, where our Danielle Stein is standing by. Danielle, what was the reaction amongst the media members and in the building when the pick came in and it was Tator McMillan, a wide receiver?
Yeah, Nick, I mean, I was just listening to you as you were processing that as well. And I think a lot of people above me at this media event right now have felt similarly. They were not expecting necessarily this is exactly where it would have been landing, especially after those reports from Adam Schefter were coming out just a little bit before that they were fielding some calls from other teams. And it seems that when they didn't get a trade partner for that number 8 overall pick, maybe that's not exactly what was being expected. But like Dan Morgan said, I think it's something we can now look back to more specifically, that they were going to look for the best possible player, not specifically on any position. So I think making a pick at a wide receiver like this is pretty indicative of that they were just looking for the best fit that they could find for their team itself.
Yeah, so I mean, I know you're new to this team, and the first thing you learned was historically bad defense. But you also, you watched the NFL enough and did before you got here to know that Bryce Young came along at the back half of the season. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, as Panthers fans talk themselves into this, if they need to be talked into it, because many of them did want Tet McMillan, I guess help for Bryce Young can't be a bad thing.
Of course not. And this is a guy who ranked 3rd last year in receiving yards in the NFL. He was a first-team All-American, so it's not like they're, just scraping the bottom of the barrel by any means. This is the top receiver in the draft by far and away. So they're getting a really good player that's going to complement Leggett as well. And like they were saying, yes, they do want to be bolstering that offense. They're, of course, going to be looking for a lot of defensive help as well. But that doesn't mean that their offense is complete by any stretch. So I think more additions, more weapons for Bryce is going to be helpful.
Danielle, you told us the reaction when the pick was Tet McMillan. What was the reaction for the Browns-Jaguars trade? And then I'm sure when Mason Brown went off the board to the Browns, there was chatter in there about what that meant for the Panthers.
Yeah, everyone thought when Mason Brown was off, it was almost going to be clear that it was going to be Jaylen Walker, that once that pick was made, it seemed like they had their guy. So I think that's where a lot of the thinking from the media here was really looking. But yeah, that initial trade when the Browns decided to trade back and the Jags to come up, they thought really that the Jags are being pretty aggressive in this type of a move. And it showed that they were really interested in Travis Hunter, because we knew if anyone was moving up into that number 2 spot, it was to be getting their guy. And for Travis to be going back to Florida, back to the area that he grew up in. He went to high school not too far away from Jacksonville as well, down in Georgia. So it's pretty cool for him to land back there as well.
All right, Danielle Stein from Bank of America Stadium. We'll let you go because I know GM Dan Morgan and head coach Dave Canales are set to speak if they are not already. So I'll let you go try and listen to as much of that as you can, and we will speak to you later, especially on WCNC Charlotte tonight. You'll have live reports, and we will hear from Tet McMillan. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you, Nick.
All right, so Danielle Stein there, where the decision was made to draft Tet McMillan at number 8 for the Carolina Panthers tonight. Still waiting to see where Jaylen Walker goes. The Saints pick is in. I haven't seen anything about that yet, Jeb, but I'm not sure that's a landing spot for him. They may be after the best tackle on the board, perhaps Kelvin Banks. They could be after somebody else. Ashton Genty perhaps goes. Oh no, he already went to the Raiders. Excuse me. Tyler Warren is still out there. I could see him with the Saints. They like to utilize players with those kind of skill sets. So it will be Kelvin Banks.
Texas is Kelvin Banks.
Yep. Highly. I mean, just like an absolute warrior in the trenches. So that's a problem for Carolina because he can be really good. He is, I mean, I know Will Campbell is off the board, Membu's off the board, but there were a lot of good tackles, especially in this top 10. And look, 3 of them go in the top 10. So the Saints are going to have Kelvin Banks to contend with for a long, long time. So it looks like this is the cut. Thankfully that I cut today from NBC Sports' Connor Rogers, so we'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so this is we're going to hear from. Are we going to Jaylen?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. We'll hear from Connor Rogers on. We'll hear from Connor Rogers on Tet McMillan in a moment, but I do want to get back to the WFMY studio in Greensboro, as we are live on WFMY Plus as well. All right, Jaylen Gilkkey. I mean, listen, I should have asked you what the 5th thing that would surprise you tonight was. So Tet McMillan of the Panthers. Your immediate thoughts.
Well, when we spoke earlier, I said I would be surprised if the Panthers guy, Jaylen Walker, who we all thought was the Panthers guy, was still available at 8, if they would pick. Jaylen Walker was available at 8, and he was not the pick. It's Teteroa T-Mac McMillan, a guy who dazzled during his 3 years at Arizona, one of the most electrifying players in college football, not due to his athleticism or speed, but just because of his playmaking ability, the way he's able to just go up and get the ball. I know you mentioned it already. Very much so a Mike Evans build type player, and if that's what Carolina's getting, then I'm sure GM Dan Morgan and head coach Dave Canales will be thrilled with that type of production because we've seen firsthand for many of years how dangerous and deadly Mike Evans could be when he's in the lineup. So if T-Mac is able to even replicate a 10th of, Mike Evans' Hall of Fame career, I think that's a very solid pick for the Carolina Panthers here to give Bryce Young another weapon to work with.
Yeah, so this is very interesting from a couple of standpoints, Jaylen. Obviously, defense was a need, but this is a general manager who was a Pro Bowl linebacker and was probably gritting his teeth when he watched that defense for 17 games last year, and now he spends, for the 2nd straight draft, a first-round pick on a wide receiver. So what do you think this says about the Panthers' belief in their current receiver room, and specifically last year's first-round pick, Xavier Legette?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked me this because as soon as I saw that T-Mac was going to be the pick, my instant thought was, wow, it does not look like Dan Morgan and this Panthers front office, it does not look like they believe in Xavier Legette to be a viable option going forward as a wide receiver. We still got Adam Thielen, who will most likely be the leading receiver, but he'll be in a more number 2 role, and then the rookie sensation who emerged last year, Jalen Coker, he'll probably take over as that primary number 1 target. Maybe they'll do a 1A, 1B type situation. But now it looks like Xavier Legette was going to be in that 2nd to 3rd row. Now he may be on the outside looking in, maybe reduced to a special teams role specifically if he's going to be able to get on the field because, as we know, the Panthers come out a lot of 3 receiver sets. Not sure how much 4 receiver sets we'll see from this Carolina Panthers squad. So it's very interesting. It clearly looks like this organization is not 100% backing or feeling or agreeing with the decision last year to take Legette, and they doubled down. Or maybe it was just a move where the guys say, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is our best player on the board. Let's take the best player off the board. I'm never opposed to that. I just think that's the best way to build your team. I know a lot of guys or a lot of organizations like to look at it and say, oh, what do we need? What's our need? I think that's how you kind of end up in a little bit of trouble drafting for need because it presents yourself as thirsty, right? You're trying to fit in a piece that may not fit exactly what it is that you guys like to do, or maybe he's just not projected to be the best guy on the board. And if you got a guy that you think can be instant impact, go get him.
All right, so man, I do think it just speaks to, as we see the board play out, and you watch it too, like Mason Graham going off to the Browns. That was probably a gut punch to that Panthers war room, because I think they probably would have picked him if he was there, and clearly they wouldn't have picked Jaylen Walker if it were Graham and Walker. And then the report from Adam Schefter that Dan Morgan was like on the phone, like trying to trade back. So it does seem to me like they felt like they were in that stuck position. Do you think that's kind of how they felt in that moment there in the last 20 minutes?
Absolutely, Nick. I tell you what, Dan Morgan spoke about it previously last week about being stuck. And, he tried to walk it back and say that's not what he meant, or, the proper verbiage to be using at the moment. But when the board shook out, it looks like that's exactly what happened. The Panthers felt like they were stuck between their guy and making a move, possibly getting an offer. They knew they weren't going to get a haul like Cleveland got from Jacksonville. So why not take the best guy on the board? And when you're stuck with a guy like Ted McMillan, who's everyone's comp is Mike Evans, I think that's a pretty good player to be stuck with. Now, I know he does lack a little bit on the athleticism, speed side when it comes to verticality, well, not verticality, excuse me, left and right when you move east and west. But guess what? Let's get up and down the field. That's what we're trying to do. We need a big playmaker in Carolina, and he has that ability to go get the ball at the point of attack. He's got strong hands, comes down with a lot of contested catches. All 3 seasons, 2 of his 3 seasons in Arizona, he finished with more than 1,300 yards. All 3 of his seasons in Arizona, he had more than 8 touchdowns. So we're looking for that type of production, points on the board, not necessarily yak.
Great stuff, Jaylen, all night. You were riding that first-round roller coaster right there with us. I know you got some duties on WFMY tonight. Can't wait to see y'all there. And I know you guys are going to have Jaylen Walker, and we hope he goes off the board soon as well. But it did not happen for the Carolina Panthers. So, Jaylen Gilkkey, thank you, man. Appreciate you. And, Jeb, it does sound like head coach Dave Canales, GM Dan Morgan are going to the podium now at Bank of America Stadium. We will bring you that later. But now I want to turn to the guy who kind of tipped off the pick to me when he screamed from our conference room. When that happened, I pretty much knew it was Tator McMillan because it sounded like you were surprised, Julian, or it was enough of a stunning moment for people to probably do that all across the Carolinas tonight.
Yeah, I know we talked about earlier what we were expecting from this draft, and I thought they were going to go defense, whether it was going to be an edge rusher or a defensive tackle at 8, and obviously Jacksonville really shocked everybody. But I'm surprised by this pick. I did not expect Tator McMillan to be the pick for Carolina here at 8. I had thought, again, edge rusher was probably what they should have been going after. And I also thought they were trying to trade back. And that was pretty clear because we had seen a lot of these picks. They were coming in pretty quickly. And then we had that little pause of, all right, what's Carolina trying to do? Adam Schefter's reporting that they're having phone calls. Then Ashton Jeanty goes off the board. And Albert Breer is talking about how that's going to impact their ability to get out of the 8 pick. So it did feel like at the end that they were stuck. And they decided the guy that they wanted was a big-bodied receiver to help out their quarterback who turned it around in the final 9 weeks of the season. So I don't think you can be, if you're a Panther fan, I don't know if you can be upset about the fact that they want to invest in Bryce Young in what is going to be a critical year 3 for him this fall.
Let me hit you with this piece of business. Colston Loveland just went to the Bears. He goes off the board before Ty Warren.
Okay. So we do get a tight end who goes in the top 10.
Yeah, right. Okay. Okay, so do you feel like this was the situation Dan Morgan indicated could happen?
Yeah.
And maybe he would have liked that word stuck back, but it feels like that's what happened.
Yeah, I wonder if they just didn't like the proposals they were getting because Kelvin Banks Jr. went 9th overall right behind him to New Orleans, and he's going to be probably a long-term franchise left tackle, right tackle, whatever they're going to have him play there in NOLA. So I thought that would be an opportunity for them going into this draft. I talked about it on my show this morning that I looked at 2 entities to be holding the keys for Carolina potentially trading out of the 8th pick. I thought it was the Jacksonville Jaguars at 5 and an Ashton Jeanty. And immediately we saw Jacksonville trade up to number 2 to take Travis Hunter. So they impacted it there. And then at 5, we saw the Browns who moved back there. They did not. They ended up taking Mason Graham, who could have been a player that Carolina could have taken potentially at 8. But then we saw right behind him the Raiders take Gilkkey. So both of those are off the board, and that would have impacted Carolina's ability. Because if Gilkkey falls all the way back to 8, I then think there's a team that's desperate enough to get up there. I do wonder, like Houston, that's a team that reportedly is looking for tackles. They're drafting 25th overall. I didn't think Dan Morgan wanted to go back any further than maybe 13 or 14. Certainly not 25. So that may have been a team that wanted to get up there. Denver's a team that apparently is making calls. They're sitting at 28th overall. Again, they were below that threshold I thought that Carolina likely didn't want to go to. So I don't think it's not a due diligence in the moment of trying to get out of it. They just kind of were stuck to the point where it didn't make sense for them to where they probably would have been drafting later on in the first round to get out of that pick and not get the caliber of player that they were hoping to get. And I guess that caliber of player is clearly a Tedero McMillan.
I loved mock drafts until this very minute. And I feel like every mock draft that I read or watched was just like, Jaylen Walker. And like didn't consider other very realistic possibilities that could happen to the Carolina Panthers, one of which, and I'm still a little bit surprised it happened because of the defensive need and because of the need for an earlier second-round pick, that this is what happened. But just take out the draft and everything that goes into that and all those layers. Tator McMillan on the field with Bryce Young next year, what is kind of the expectation 20 minutes after finding out it would happen?
Well, I would think that it's going to be Ted McMillan, Adam Thielen, and Xavier Legette as the 3 that are going to be starting now. That's a big loss for Jaylen Coker today as far as looking at this upcoming season. Maybe in 26 he can regain his starting spot. We'll see how it plays out, but you now have a red zone threat, and I thought that JT Sanders was becoming that until he injured his neck in that game against Kansas City in the first half and then was never the same to close out the season. Now you have that, a guy who aced contested catches. And you look at Travis Hunter, who went 2nd overall. Go back, watch the film when Arizona went up against Colorado the last couple of years, and Ted McMillan was able to get his own in that game as well against one of the top corner, in my opinion, in this draft, and probably also the top wide receiver when you look at the combination of talent that Hunter has. So I think McMillan's going to come in, and he's going to be that red zone threat. But we'll have to see whether he can separate. That's going to be the big question mark. I had wondered if Carolina would try to get a wide receiver 1. I didn't see anyone in free agency who was available. And quite honestly, in this draft, looking at McMillan, who I thought was the best receiver, but then the draft cycle went on, and I think that kind of poisoned the well as far as how fans may have viewed him and viewing him right now at this point in time. Matthew Golden was a name. I thought maybe speed would have made more sense if they're going to go receiver and maybe get a Golden, but they got a guy who they think can maybe be that number 1, but they already said Xavier Legette's going to be that. So are they going to have 2? 2's better than none, so we'll certainly take that.
We'll see what the competition holds. Yeah. I mean, for Dan Morgan, a linebacker at heart still, to grit his teeth through those 17 games last year, watch that defense, and then go get a second straight first-round receiver. I'm not going to say that was hard for him to do because I think he truly likes the player.
Look at it this way, though, because they invested heavily defensively in March. They went out there, they got Bobby Brown III to be a run stopper. They brought in Turk Gordon to be an interior rush defender. They're going to look at Derek Brown as a free agency addition after not having him for 16 games last year. They brought in Pat Jones. Like, you look at it, they have Jadeveon Clowney coming back as a starting edge. They have DJ Wooning coming back as a starting edge. DJ Johnson, maybe. There's something there. Jero Vera really liked him. So they have edge rushers that the staff likes, at least defensive staff. They really like those guys. So it's not necessarily that they had to get an edge rusher. I just look at the group and see no one who's a true difference maker at this point in time in their careers, and that's why I thought it would have made a lot of sense to go out there and do it. But if you look at just how maybe a Jero Vera is going to see it, he already has 3 veterans in Jones, Woonem, and Clowney who he can deploy there. They already have veterans on the defensive line at defensive tackle, so it's not like they needed to have a Mason Graham to come in and play immediately. Linebacker, they're pretty set there. Corner, they have their 2 guys, and let's not forget, they do like Shamar Bartholomew and a Caleb Evans. Yep. Evans, who started Week 18 game against Atlanta before getting injured. Safety, that's the spot where they need to get another starter, but like they're not taking a safety at 8. Like had they taken Nick Eamon-Ward, that would have been truly surprising. You could have understood it. So if you just look at it, like they already kind of have their starters. And whoever's going to go at 8 probably wasn't going to be a starter right away unless it was a safety. So I can understand this where, yeah, Ted McMillan clearly is going to come in and be a starter. Like Jaylen Coker, as much as people and fans appreciate him, what he did last year was really good. He was undrafted. He was cut originally by this team. If you can make your team better, which is what they probably believe they're doing right now, why not do that instead of worrying about the undrafted free agent receiver from a year ago from Holy Cross?
What does this tell you, if anything, about how the Panthers feel about Liggett?
I don't think it says they don't like him.
No.
I think it says they just want to add more to that room, and they're looking towards the future. They have to imagine that this is going to be the last year for Adam Thielen, whether it's in Carolina or in the league period. I probably think he's going to retire after this season. David Moore, who's their 4th receiver, he's probably not going to be back next year if I had to guess. So you needed to add another piece, and were you really going to completely depend upon your first-round pick from a year ago? And again, while having a really nice rookie season, I think a guy who can be a piece of the future in Jaylen Coker, a former undrafted free agent at that spot. So it does make sense just looking ahead. And I was wondering, coming into this, what would be the surprise pick? Because last year, I don't think we expected a running back to go off the board in the 2nd round for Carolina and Jonathan Brooks. I don't think we expected them to take Trevin Wallace, a linebacker. And here we are yet again where Dan Morgan and Dave Canales are surprising all of us by taking a position that you would not have seen as like a priority position of need. Maybe tomorrow night would have been totally fine if they would have gotten a speedy kind of slot receiver. I would have understood that. I can understand this because you're investing in your quarterback, and Dan Morgan did say at the Combine back in February, while defense is a priority, they're not going to neglect the offense. And, well, this is exactly doing that. You're not neglecting the offense. You're investing in your quarterback, and that's a good thing. We'll just see whether it works out. They made the right pick.
All right, so moving forward, the Panthers are talking at the podium right now, so that's a sign they are done for the evening. So you're
I see Dan.
You're off the hook with that. We'll hear from them shortly. So now we turn to day 2 for the Carolina Panthers. Now, they didn't trade back tonight and get a pick earlier than 57, but that doesn't mean they can't do that tomorrow.
Yeah, I would love to see if they can move up earlier on the draft board there tomorrow night. And, I mean, edge would be what I'm looking at. This has been considered a deep edge class. And if that is the case, then there probably shouldn't be a ton of consternation over them not taking an edge rusher tonight. And looking at it, I mean, Michael Williams just goes off the board. I think other than Abdul Carter, he's the 2nd one to go off so far. Jaylen Walker still sitting there. So Walker's not going to be available night 2. But there could be guys that they do like there on the 2nd night. So I think that they should try to take. I also think safety, that makes a lot of sense, as well as, again, right now it's Teron Merrick. It's potentially Demani Richardson. They need to add another true caliber starting safety in there. So I would think those would be the 2 spots certainly that they're really looking for. And other than, like, maybe they could do tight end, but I would think right now, edge rusher, I feel like they need to add there, and safety, that is probably the glaring need at this point in time, just looking at things as they stand right now.
All right, Julian Council from Locked On Panthers. Man, I appreciate you sticking around tonight. What a night it has been. And you've already appeared on the Locked On NFL scouting show or live
I will
show?
be going on soon.
You will be on soon.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will release you and let you get to that.
And I'll be live on YouTube tonight on the Locked On Panthers YouTube channel.
Plenty of reaction, and I assume tomorrow as well.
And tomorrow night.
Okay.
Going to be up for a wedding, but I'm going to stay sober. It's a welcome party, so I won't have too many drinks. We'll be live again tomorrow night too.
Locked On Panthers, Julian Council, thanks for joining us. Jeb, keeping an eye on Salisbury, North Carolina now, it does seem that Logan Campbell is ready and available to speak to us from the Jaylen Walker draft party. So she's nodding her head yes. Once we get that all tuned in correctly, I will toss to her. So, Jeb, you just give me the word. Okay, Logan, we're going to go out to you. I know it was probably disappointing for the Walker family not to be picked by the Panthers. We know he's going to go somewhere tonight. I guess just what's the reaction there?
Yeah, everyone was just holding their breath. Obviously, he knew he wasn't going to get picked, but everyone behind him was telling everyone to be quiet. He was like, no, it's not happening. It's not happening. So it's just a waiting game. And, you can just feel how anxious he is. His teammate just got picked, though. He was so excited for him, and he's just waiting his turn, Nick. But, everyone is just anxious. That is the best way to describe it. It feels like we're walking on thin ice right now here in Salisbury. Every time a pick is about to be made, everyone has their phone up, waiting to record and get his reaction, but he's just telling everyone, let's just calm down and chill out. It will happen when it will happen.
All right, yeah, Logan, and that great job by you by dancing around that, because, listen, I mean, there's disappointment in the air, but there's also the optimism that he's still going somewhere tonight. What have you kind of just felt and learned about the Walker family and this Salisbury community as you've been there for a couple hours tonight?
Oh my gosh, well, they are patient. That would be the perfect way to describe this family. They are patient and they are positive. You know, he just keeps telling everyone, let's stay mellow, let's stay cool, let's stay calm. But everyone is just so positive and supportive. Like when the Panthers didn't pick him, there's a bunch of boos. Everyone is just waiting for his name to get called. And, you know, I just can't feel any more support with the Salisbury community. Everyone is just waiting. Like, we'll show you the next live shot, but everyone is just crowding around him, inching closer and closer. We all can feel his name is going to get called soon. It's just a matter of when, but Nick, it is going to happen at some point tonight, and I would not be surprised if it was soon, because if you look at the draft boards, he's the top player on the list,
Yep.
So it's just a matter of who needs a defender.
Well, I feel like, Logan, the boos for the Panthers from this community might pick up if Jaylen Walker goes off the board at 15 to the Falcons. It honestly seems like the next logical spot right now.
Absolutely, and I think that everyone else is feeling that. We have University of Georgia's video team here. They were really excited that he didn't go to the Panthers because they think that he's probably going to go to Atlanta. And during his pro day, Jaylen Walker said he would love to go back to Georgia. You know, obviously Athens was his home for a long time. The community down there loves him, so he would love to play in front of that fan base once again.
All right, Logan Campbell, great job again from the Country Club in Salisbury as we wait for Jaylen Walker to be selected by an NFL team. We think it's going to happen soon, so we'll let you guys get back into position to capture that moment. Thank you guys so much. All right, and Jeb, it does look
Thanks,
like
Nick.
Dan Morgan, the GM, and head coach Dave Canales have wrapped up their availability at Bank of America Stadium. So as soon as we can get that turned around to everybody, we will. Let's go back to the Jaylen Walker draft party, because I think that's going to be something to keep an eye on here in the next couple of minutes. I don't think Dolphins or Colts, who are on the board with the next two picks, are going there. But I think Logan was onto something and just mentioned the UGA faction that is at this party right now.
It makes a lot
of
of sense.
The Falcons, and man, I bet he'll be motivated. I will bet he will be motivated to suit up against the Panthers twice a year, and that's what they're going to have to contend with. If he goes to the Falcons, this Walker and Tator McMillan kind of draft night in the NFC South will be compared against one another for years to come. Yeah, for years to come. It's going to be, juxtaposed for years to come. So you just let me know when they let you know that we have the press conference ready to go.
Yep, we've got our top people
and we can
on it.
hear from Dave Canales and Dan
Panthers
Morgan.
leadership.
So just to catch everybody up, after McMillan went off the board of the Panthers, Colston Loveland, the Michigan tight end, went to the Bears. So he goes off the board before Tyler Warren, the kind of do-everything tight end from Penn State. So after Loveland, Michael Williams, Walker's teammate at Georgia, they just had a private workout together for NFL teams last week, or in the last couple of weeks. Do you know what team was not at that private workout, Jeb? The Carolina Panthers. So perhaps that was a sign that their interest may not have been as high as many draft experts thought it would be. And you see Curtis Walker, Jaylen's dad, former college football coach, legendary coach in this area and player at Catawba College, just wants to see the place his son will live out those professional football dreams. Great family. We can't wait to see where they end up. I really have a strong feeling about Atlanta at this point. So we're going to keep you fixed on that and see what happens.
Makes the most sense. I mean, if you look at the way the draft is going, it seems to make the most sense. It's a homecoming of sorts. It's not the fun homecoming a lot of people may be hoping for.
Just a little bit further down 85.
Right, exactly.
And he's familiar with the area.
And
he's kind of got the suit for it tonight.
Right.
Look at that.
He's dressed in the right colors.
Yeah.
UGA.
Yeah. So then the Cowboys, I don't know how Dallas fans are feeling right now. They picked a guard. Everybody thought they were. So I think, with Genty and McMillan off the board, that affected the Cowboys' strategy, because I think they would have preferred an offensive weapon if they could have had one. So we shall see what happens with the Cowboys and their fans after that. So if we can cue it up real quick, Connor Rogers, I did get his thoughts on Tet McMillan specifically, and thank goodness I cut this before the show today. So Connor Rogers from NBC Sports, rising star in the draft analysis business. He evaluated and graded out 320 different players. And I'm going to try to see where he had Tet McMillan, because he had Jaylen Walker at 19. And I thought that was interesting. So on Connor Rogers' big board, let's see where he put his...
He was the second
he
graded.
put Tet McMillan at 11. Panthers get him at 8. So not as far as it would have been a reach, according to Connor Rogers, as Jaylen Walker would have been. So here's what Connor Rogers told me about Tator McMillan.
I wouldn't be shocked because of the caliber player he is. I think his draft starts with the Jags at 5. I think Jacksonville could feasibly take Tet McMillan and go, we have Brian Thomas Jr., we have Tet McMillan, we have an incredible pairing with size and speed, and we like that duo, and Liam Cohen knows a thing or two about having good wide receivers coming from the Bucs. So there's not a guarantee that he's there, but there's a good shot that he's there. Dallas will probably be on him at 12. Seattle will be on him at 18. I would really like it because it's helping your young quarterback and it's getting you a ball winner, right? A contested catch threat that makes your quarterback's life so much easier, that go-to target. I think they are all over the defensive players in this draft. If they take Tet McMillan at 8, they've done a really good job hiding that, keeping that card close to the vest and fooling us all.
Yeah, it seems like the more likely scenario is they get one of those guys on day 2, receiver-wise. It looks like there might be some speed living there, but is 57 too long of a wait for the Panthers? That's where they are now, or are they going to need to do some work either trading back in the first round or trading up on Friday night? All right, so no need to talk about second-round receivers with Connor Rogers anymore, because it looks like the Panthers are probably going to have to go defense in that second round. And as Julian mentioned, they could still get edge. Edge is considered a very deep group in this draft class, and if they trade up, do a little work to trade up, or if they really like somebody at 57. But I think that you may see some moves for the Panthers tomorrow night that they go after edge. Or a defensive position of need. So the Dolphins pick is in, kind of monitoring the Jaylen Walker draft party. It doesn't look like they've received that, life-changing phone call just yet, but we know that they will. And shout out to WFMY's Logan Campbell for keeping us posted from that draft party in Salisbury Country Club all night long. So we're going to hear from Dan Morgan and Dave Canales shortly.
Yep.
It sounds like Tet McMillan. Okay, yep, it's a process. It sounds like Tet McMillan is going to do a Zoom with Carolina media very shortly as well. Mm-hmm. So once we have that flipped around, we're going to do that too. So we will kind of stand by and wait for that as the Dolphins make their pick. What will Chris Greer, their general manager, do? What was that?
I'm going to guess it's going to be Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth Grant, the other defensive tackle from the University of Michigan, is your guess.
Yes.
Okay, so that they were a great tandem together. He and Mason Graham, fantastic tandem. But looking at the board, you still have Walter Nolan, you still have Matthew Golden, the next best receiver. It looks like you still have Ty Warren, the best tight end available. Jahdae Barron, a cornerback that is very good, one that I could have seen the Panthers if they traded back far enough. So it does look like we have general manager Dan Morgan and Dave Canales explaining their pick of receiver Tator McMillan out of the University of Arizona at 8 overall. Let's take a listen.
What's up, guys? Good evening. How you doing?
How we doing?
Good. Oh, doing good. Oh, okay. First of all, we're super excited about, our 8th pick. Getting Tet. He's somebody that we obviously really liked. Thought he could really add a different dimension to our offense and just add another playmaker to the offensive side of the ball. So not only a great player, but, he's a great kid and somebody that Dave and I really value. So we're excited to have him in the building and excited to get going with him.
Can you tell us about some of the calls that you were fielding? We heard that you were fielding some calls for that number 8 pick.
Yeah, we did. We had a few calls. Obviously, you entertain everything, and, at the end of it, we wanted to get our guy. and we're excited about it.
What wide receiver at this point versus defense, which you said was a big need coming in the offseason?
Yeah, and it's still a need, and we have 8 more picks. So we wanted to add the best player. We wanted to follow our board of who we thought was going to help us the most up there. So again, we got our guy, and we're excited about it.
You said he adds a different dimension, actually, for both of you guys. What is that dimension, and was there any concern about kind of his lack of, elite speed?
Yeah, I think he has really good play speed. I think the thing that pops off the tape about Ted is just how smooth he is, his body control, his ability to adjust to all types of throws, his catch radius, and his hands are elite. He catches everything outside his frame, and he can win the jump ball down the field and in the red zone. He's a guy that has 18 touchdowns the past 2 years, so he puts the ball in the end zone, and obviously that's something that we want to do.
Dave, do you view him as a day one impact starter?
Absolutely, he's going to have to work for it. He certainly, comes in just like everybody else, and comes into a talented group. Probably the thing I'm most excited about is just the further we dug in, the pro day, all the postseason work, just getting to know the guy, spending time with him. We had him here on a 30 visit, to be able to spend a little bit more time and just making sure that he was the right fit for our team. The type of players we're looking for. They love playing ball. They love to work on their craft, and it really shows up, when I just kind of, we were, Dan and I just the last couple of days, as we're getting ready for this pick, we're just nitpicking, and so I put my receiver coach hat on, and just watched his pro day and watched his just his route craft, the way that he can reduce his surface in the top of routes as a 6'4" guy, the way he comes back to the ball, some of the things that you look for as a great starting point for a receiver, and so, giving us that good size element, the red zone target, a lot of things to be excited about, so something that was really cool for us to just come together on, and kind of knew, unless somebody blew us out of the water with something, we weren't going to let our guy pass, and so it was a great moment for us.
How much of an impact did the additions that you guys were able to add on the defensive side of the ball in free agency, how much did that impact your draft board?
You certainly take it all into consideration, but like Dan said, we follow the board. You rank the players how you like them and where the talent's at, and so you just stay true to it, and it comes right to you. Some of those picks right before us, really thought, the 5th pick was a big moment for us, kind of like what was going to happen here that was going to help us get our guy at that point. And so, with Cleveland taking Mason Graham right there in that spot, the board kind of felt like Ted's going to make it, and we're holding our breath right there, for a couple more picks, but really excited about that.
You guys as a program have preached size and length. Obviously, McMillan fits those molds. I'm just curious, how does he fit into the wide receiver room from a complementary standpoint, outside of those attributes?
Yeah, shoot, you got a basketball team going on right now. There's different attributes, and Xavier, the power and speed he brings, Thielen's craftsmanship. You saw Jaylen Coker come on strong last year. Tet all of a sudden brings in this really long, 6'4" target to kind of round out the group. So, it's a really cool group to think about. And I mean, obviously, right off the bat, Brad and Rob come down the hall, and I'm like, all right, boys, here we go. And so pretty exciting.
I know I harp on this point a lot, but you're a former wide receivers coach. Brad's a former wide receivers coach. Rob, all of his accolades. You guys have invested so heavily in wide receiver. From a developmental standpoint, how much pressure does that put on you guys to kind of deliver and make that group kind of ascend?
I love that. I love for the pressure to be on us to utilize these guys with their talents, the unique abilities they have, to fit them into the core of our schemes, to continue to find out who we are, and to find that identity, in the pass game. And then, of course, just from a team standpoint, just getting football players, getting dogs, getting playmakers, and we really felt like we got that intent.
How much did just the way Bryce finished the season and seeing that uptick, how much did that go into saying, look, we got defensive needs, but we got to get this quarterback another weapon?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me it's and for Dan as well, we got to do what's best for the team, and the best thing we can do is to evaluate our board to stay true to where we have guys at. And when you really have conviction about a player, and they come to you, the alternatives, like the trade alternatives and all those things, they got to like blow you out of the water, to pass up on all the work that's been done, not just, myself and Dan, but his whole staff, my staff as well, just looking at these guys and being able to evaluate them and so that it's a collective decision, so that we all go into this thing with a commitment to make the Panthers better.
You guys both had said individually this offseason that you were good with the receiver group you have. Clearly, you felt it needed another piece, though.
No, I wouldn't so much say that. I mean, I just think, again, like you follow your board and you take the best players, and Tet was high on our board. We obviously felt really good about him, and he was there for the taking, so we didn't want to pass up on a good player.
Was there a particular moment where you guys looked at each other and said, okay, this is our guy?
I felt like it was about like every time we watched him, we're just like, another great catch, and just the way that he just it's effortless, that the way he catches the ball, and he catches everything outside his frame, and he's just a great receiver that is super fluid. His body control is some of the best I've seen in a while. So he's exciting.
And the one thing that I really learned from Dan just through the process is the biggest challenge, which is all still new to me as a head coach, is to get into the horizontal comparisons of offensive players versus defensive players. And when you start looking player for player and the dynamic way that they move, the dynamic way they play, and having to try to compare them across different positions, apples to oranges, was really kind of where we came back in the process and kept putting him on. And then you're like really excited, and you almost can't turn the tape off. So it's like it stood out, in such a special way that, he made the decision easy for us.
Yeah.
You got 2 years in a row of wide receiver, first round. You turning into an offensive guy there?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm turning into a guy that just wants to bring good football players in here, and it's just another opportunity to bring a great player in here.
Is there a chance you're not done today?
No. Yeah. No, I think we're done. Yeah. I was like, no, I meant like, no, we're not.
When you look at last year's draft,
your eyes got really big, Bob.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna be busy. When you look at the way you guys handled last year's draft, now that this first pick's in, what lessons can you possibly take from last year that you might apply now to day 2 and day 3?
Yeah, I think it's just going back, reassessing your board, and trying to figure out what guy is going to fall to us at 57, and then just kind of weighing the options of, hey, should we trade up? Should we stay where we're at? Should we trade back? So.
All right, you were just listening to General Manager Dan Morgan and Head Coach Dave Canales about their number 8 overall pick, Tator McMillan, receiver out of Arizona. They did not select Salisbury's Jaylen Walker, and here's a live picture of Walker right now, all smiles on the phone. The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. The celebration is on in Salisbury. It looks like Walker is coming off the board here to the Falcons. If we can take a listen in, I'm not sure what the audio situation is, Jeb.
We're not getting any yet.
No audio yet, but I mean, just look at the live pictures of Jaylen Walker. The Salisbury kid will enter the NFL. He had to wait a little bit, but it looks like it's happening. The card is not turned in for Atlanta yet, but it would have been a great story for Jaylen Walker to come to Carolina. Now it looks like it will be a great story for him to stay in Georgia, where he starred for the Georgia Bulldogs, and now will play against the Panthers 2 times per season with the Atlanta Falcons. What a story he has been. What a family. We spent time with them this week, obviously. Just a wonderful, wonderful community there, as Logan Campbell from WFMY has told us about. Just look at that. Dreams come true for Jaylen Walker. Just waiting for the pick to officially be in, Jeb, to make sure it's not the team after the Falcons that selected Jaylen. But with the timing of it, does look like the Falcons. And it is. Jaylen Walker is an Atlanta Falcon. Dad Curtis, former head coach for Catawba College, and let's listen in here. All right, again, here on WCNC Plus and WFMY Plus, you have a live look at the Salisbury Country Club in Salisbury, North Carolina, where Salisbury native Jaylen Walker, already decked out in a red and black suit tonight, picked by the Atlanta Falcons. He was embraced by his father, Curtis, who you see there in the foreground, his mother, Lashika, who is now out of frame as Walker makes the rounds at the draft party. Looks like the shot froze up a little bit, so we'll keep you posted on that. There it is. And Jaylen Walker, who was a star linebacker at the University of Georgia, he now stays in Atlanta with the Atlanta Falcons, in Georgia with the Atlanta Falcons. We also see his little brother Deuce there. So there's Curtis in the blue shirt, Lashika, his mother, in the blue outfit there as well. Lots of friends and family, and I think Jaylen Walker, I was wondering if he's headed over to Logan at the camera there, so we're going to want to make sure we get that when it happens. Let's get a text from WFMY here. Yeah, what a story. You know, he had to wait, but it's going to be worth it for him. He goes to a team that really, really needs him. That really, really wanted him at that spot. That was kind of the alternative, it seemed, if the Panthers did not take the hometown kid, that he would stay there in Georgia. So this is a great moment for that family, that community. Glad we're there to bring it to you live here on WCNC and WFMY Plus. So I think Jeb, WFMY is going to take that shot down and prepare for an interview with Jaylen. So I'll just dance around that till we get him. So we're figuring this out on the fly too. Yeah, let's just make sure when they get him, we've got the audio up, and I will stop talking at that point. In fact, I may do that now because we seem close. So let's listen in on the draft party and eventually from Jaylen Walker, an emotional night for Mom there, as you see.
All right, guys, we are here with Jaylen Walker, the newest Atlanta Falcon. Jaylen, take us through that call. What was that moment like for you?
It's a blessing, most definitely a blessing. I waited my time, and I can't wait to be a Falcon. This is one of the biggest blessings that has ever happened to me. I can't imagine, and I can't wait to get to the program.
What were the emotions you were feeling just waiting for that call?
Yeah, I was a nerve wreck a little bit coming up here, but I mean, as soon as I seen the call and the number pop up, I knew what was going on, and it's just a great opportunity for me to get there. I'm lost for words. It's something I always dreamed of, and my dream just came true.
All right, you got to tell us. Who called you? What did they say?
Yeah, at first, talked with Terry, Jim, called with Coach Morris, head coach, and then the owner, Arthur Bank. So it's just a blessing. They want me down there. They said they're sending a jet, and I'll be there tomorrow morning. So sounds good.
You're going back to Georgia.
I am going back to Georgia.
How are you feeling about that?
I feel great. It's like my second home. I still got my spot there in Athens. I played in the Benz Stadium. I've had my best games in the Benz Stadium. I can't wait to call that my home myself and play there every Sunday. All
right, Jaylen, what is your message to all the Falcons fans out there?
Get ready. Yeah, it's going to be some change around here. And it's going to be for the better, most definitely. I can't wait to get down there.
All right, Jaylen, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Rise up. There you go.
There we go. Congratulations, Jaylen. We appreciate it. Atlanta's defense just got a little bit better, Nick.
Logan, great job. Yeah, instead of keep pounding, it is rise up for Jaylen Walker. Logan, great job from the draft party of Jaylen Walker. Thank you guys from FMY for being there for us and for yourselves on WCNC Plus and WFMY Plus. If we can, I don't know, we're new to this, is the press conference for Dan Morgan and Dave Canales going to restart, or is it going to play from where we left it, is my big question. Get pretty close? Okay, we want to bring you back into the Panthers press conference about picking wide receiver Tator McMillan at 8 overall. And then we're going to hear from Tator McMillan once he wraps up his Zoom interview from Green Bay with the assembled Carolina Panthers media that is huddled up at Bank of America Stadium now. So we can get back into the Dan Morgan and Dave Canales press conference. It looks like, Jeb, when you gave me the word, just hit play, and here's Dan.
I felt like it was about every time we watched them, we're just another great catch, and just the way that he just it's effortless that the way he catches the ball, and he catches everything outside his frame, and he's just a great receiver that is super fluid. His body control is some of the best I've seen in a while. So he's exciting.
And the one thing that I really learned from Dan just through the process is the biggest challenge, which is all still new to me as a head coach, is to get into the horizontal comparisons of offensive players versus defensive players. And when you start looking player for player and the dynamic way that they move, the dynamic way they play, and having to try to compare them across different positions, apples to oranges, was really kind of where we came back in the process and kept putting him on. And then you're like really excited and you almost can't turn the tape off. So it's like it stood out, in such a special way that, he made the decision easy for us.
Yeah.
You got 2 years in a row of wide receiver first round. You turning into an offensive guy there?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm turning into a guy that just wants to bring good football players in here, and it's just another opportunity to bring a great player in here.
Is there a chance you're not done today?
No. Yeah. No, I think we're done. Yeah. I was like, no, I meant like, no, we're not.
When you look at last year's draft,
your eyes got really big, Bob.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna be busy. When you look at the way you guys handled last year's draft, now that this first pick's in, what lessons can you possibly take from last year that you might apply now to day 2 and day 3?
Yeah, I think it's just going back, reassessing your board, and trying to figure out what guy is going to fall to us at 57, and then just kind of weighing the options of, hey, should we trade up? Should we stay where we're at? Should we trade back? So, I just think all options are on the table again, right, with this second pick, and, we're just going to attack it, and we're going to follow the board.
Who'd you have traded back? Did you have like a
we had a lot of people sniffing around. I think it would have had to be something above and beyond, for us to kind of pull off this pick. But yeah, that's where we were.
You said you had some good conversations leading up to the draft with him. Can you talk about the cultural fit that he might be with this team?
Yeah, I mean, and then speaking to just kind of like the lessons learned from one year to the next, we look at the guys that we brought in last year, and they fit the profile of what we want for Panthers football players, and so that's really that commitment, kind of looking at the guys that that just like the more that we watched him, the more that you see the different parts of his craft show up. You can tell this is a guy that works on it a lot. For a 6'4" guy to be able to reduce at the top of his routes the way he does, that takes work. And his speed cuts and all those things, that you just kind of see somebody that's working on his game. And so I think just taking a note out of that, and just knowing that we're getting another person that fits into what we're trying to do, and the guy's a baller. And that's like, there's a simple way to look at it. You watch film, and the ballers show up, and they make plays in big moments, and they're always looking to do something special.
Either one of you, the defense had historical struggles last year with the offensive.
All right, again, that's a bit of Dave Canales and Dan Morgan talking about their pick, Tet McMillan, but we're going to go to Salisbury, North Carolina. Logan Campbell standing by once again. She just had Jaylen Walker, and now she's got a very excited dad, Curtis Walker. Man, I know Curtis was feeling anxious while this was all happening, but Logan Campbell with Curtis Walker. Go ahead.
Actually just told us that we looked more nervous than they did waiting for Jaylen to get this call. You guys were sitting there. Just take us through the emotions that you guys were feeling just waiting for your son to get that call.
It was more so just waiting for Jaylen. I mean, again, I know he was anxious to get that pick out the way and hear from the coaching staff or the general manager, everything. But, I mean, again, I was there for him, making sure that he stayed calm and enjoyed himself and waiting for the right person to pick him.
Absolutely. How are you feeling about your son going to Atlanta?
Well, it makes it nice for us because our youngest son is there in college playing as well. So we have a Saturday ball game where we watch our youngest, and then Sunday ball game where we watch our oldest. So I mean, it makes it easy for us in travel.
Make long weekends out of it.
Well, we're looking forward to those long weekends.
Curtis, you have been such a big part of your son's football journey. Jaylen said that he grew up just going to the field with you. To have this moment and all the blood, sweat, and tears that both of you have had together pay off, what is this like to watch your son achieve the highest dream possible?
Well, again, we know Jaylen very well. And Jaylen's next opportunity is to go and win a Buckets Award in the NFL, or go help a team win a conference championship or a Super Bowl. That's just Jaylen's mentality. So for Jaylen, I'm excited that he has a chance now to move his next goals forward in his life and in this journey that he's about to embark on.
How soon are we getting a Jaylen Walker jersey?
Excuse me?
How soon are we getting a Jaylen Walker jersey?
Well, as soon as I can. And I'll get some for others, too.
You got to get one for everyone here.
We're excited for him. We're looking forward to this next journey. Looking forward to get down to Atlanta and kind of put things in place for both our sons. We were just talking with Deuce a little bit ago and saying, hey, you guys can be roommates now. He didn't want any part of that, but we think it'd be fun.
Love that. Congratulations, Curtis. We're very excited for you guys. And you got some new Atlanta Falcons fans out there.
Man, thank you.
Take care. All right, Nick, we got a very happy Walker family here in Salisbury.
I don't know about he was pretty nervous, Logan, but I'll take his word for it. I guess we were nervous watching him. Thank you, Logan Campbell, yet again from the Jaylen Walker draft party in Salisbury, North Carolina. So we'll bring it back here to the WCNC Live Impact News studio. Tet McMillan to the Panthers. Jaylen Walker has to wait a little bit, and he ends up with the Atlanta Falcons. I got to stop calling him Tet McMillan, Jeb. It is T-Mac. And apparently he did just correct the Charlotte media about that, so I'm the number one culprit so far. But yeah, it's T-Mac to Tor McMillan from Arizona. That is the Panthers pick at number 8. We are still awaiting his media availability, which should be coming into us shortly. But, that's what draft night's all about, what we just saw there in Salisbury. A dream coming true for not just the player, but a family, a community, and they're all just such great people that, I know our Danielle Stein got to know earlier this week. Logan Campbell getting to know this evening. I'm not sure she's ready to leave that party yet. It seems like a great time, especially after that pick came in. But yeah, so the draft continues. I'm going to catch myself up here. Let's see. So who did we have after Jaylen? So Walter Nolan, who was talked about potentially going to Carolina, goes to the Cardinals at 16. Shamar Stewart, a very, just like toolsy, to use the baseball term, defensive end and edge rusher, who only had 4.5 sacks in college.
Yep.
Now, when I asked Dan Morgan at his media availability, sorry, as I'm texting some people in Arizona for obvious reasons.
All right, Shefty.
I asked Dan Morgan last week at his availability about production and how much the Panthers value production in college. He didn't give me the runaround like, it's just a piece of the pie, it's just a factor. Like, he was like, we don't, if you're not producing in college, we don't know if you can produce in the NFL. So they went and got a receiver that produced at a high level in college. He was Arizona's top recruit of all time, and I think was an Oregon commit at one point. So Tor McMillan to the Carolina Panthers. Still waiting on that media availability. I'm excited to hear him correct the media.
Yeah,
and I'm glad I wasn't the guy that it was. So yeah, we're working on potentially bringing in somebody from Arizona, but that's kind of last minute because we had some folks from Georgia lined up. We don't need to talk to them anymore. They've got their own work to do down there in Atlanta and
they're
Athens.
busy, I'm sure.
So who is still available that hasn't gone? Are there any surprises? Mike Green. There's some off-the-field issues with him, so he doesn't go to Cincinnati. Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College, I believe he is still available as an edge rusher. But there's some teams that certainly have a need there still.
Omarion Hampton, the North Carolina running back.
Omarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina.
I think he goes to Denver. That's what I'm predicting.
Yeah.
Matthew Golden.
Yeah, the wide receiver. Yeah. Luther Burden, correct?
Yep.
Missouri
Burden, the
receiver, still
draft.
there. So yeah, we'll see what the Panthers' strategy is for day 2. 57 is their pick right now. We could bring the pick list up. I can't in real time cross off number 8, but nothing else has changed for Carolina. And as we did hear Dan Morgan say, they are done for tonight. So there won't be any more moves made that we know of for the Panthers tonight. So number 1 is off the board at 8 overall. It was Tator McMillan. So now the Panthers have to wait 25 picks as it stands right now into round 2 to pick at 57. Then they have a 3rd-round pick. They have 2 fourths, 3 fifths. So 2 fourths, 3 fifths, and a 3rd. Forget that 7th. That's how they're going to try to move up now if they do that tomorrow night. They didn't do it utilizing the 1st-round pick and swapping seconds or adding a second. So they're going to see if they – I mean, that when you're sitting there with a bank of a handful of 4th and 5th-round picks, that could be one possible way, plus that 3rd-rounder to move up the board tomorrow if they want. So I guess we're still waiting on the Tator McMillan sound.
I've heard he's still going.
He is still talking to the media. So once he has corrected the media, can we get back to Dan Morgan and Dave Canales, or has that been played out completely?
We had about 3 minutes left.
Let's hear those 3 minutes if we can. I know it might not be as easy as I make it sound to play that.
No.
But, yeah, there you go. Wherever we land. So here's Dave Canales.
That just, like, you know, the more that we watched him, the more that, you know, you see the different parts of his craft show up. You can tell this is a guy that works on it a lot. You know, for a 6'4" guy to be able to reduce at the top of his routes the way he does, that takes work, you know, and his speed cuts and all those things that you just kind of see somebody that's working on his game. And so I think just, you know, taking a note out of that and just knowing that we're getting another person that fits into what we're trying to do, and the guy's a baller, you know, and that's like, you know, there's a simple way to look at it. You watch film, and the ballers show up, you know, and they make plays in big moments, and they're always looking to do something special.
For one of you, the defense had historical struggles last year. With the offensive wide receiver group, you have 2 guys already above 6 foot, 6'3". What would you say to the fans about what you believe about this defense not taking a pick in the defensive side of the ball this early in the draft? What would your message to the fans be about what you believe about this defense?
I'll go first. Same thing. We're trying to do the best thing for the Panthers, and that's our commitment. Is if we can stay true to our evaluation process and follow the board, be disciplined about that over time, we'll select the players that we have conviction on, that we're all on the same page with, all on the same board. All on board with to make those choices, you know. And so I think the consistency of the players that we're looking for is what we're after, you know. And I think that, you know, it's been said, you know, in different ways, you know, like if you start to chase needs and you're not just being true to your process and true to the players that come to you and the ones you have belief in, I think that, you know, sometimes that you can, you know, get yourself a little bit out of whack and not in alignment for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and we did attack our defensive needs through free agency, and again, we have eight picks left, and, you know, our board has a lot of defensive guys on there as well, so you know, it's definitely not something that we're going to neglect.
Dave, I don't think you answered this already. Apologize if you did, but have you communicated with Bryce yet about this?
Yeah, right away. We got him on speakerphone and talked to Bryce. He's fired up. So another Southern California guy. You know, they kind of played. They were in different times, but Servite High School, Mater Dei are rivals. You know, and they're kind of in the same area. So there's no love lost there. You know, but you know, I think for the culture of what we're trying to do, that part is just a bonus. You know.
And a little bit similar question, but do you, on something like this, do you communicate to Xavier Legette, who might feel a little threatened by this pick?
Not right now. Right now, we're celebrating this moment with our guys, and you know, when Ted gets here, you know, well, again, tomorrow will be an opportunity. He'll be in here at some point, you know, so I'm sure, you know, the fans will be able to meet him at some point tomorrow. But you know, right now it's just about celebrating this moment, and when he comes in here, you know, he's a Panther. He's one of us.
Was this pick something of an indictment of Legette in his early development?
No, I mean, Xavier, he wants to win, you know, and that's all Xavier cares about. Just kind of going back to that question, you know, Xavier wants to win, and he's hungry to, you know, to go out there and compete and you know, show up big this year. And I know he's been working his butt off, and we're excited about him, and we're excited about the team and the direction that we're headed.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
See you guys.
All right, so Panthers general manager Dan Morgan, head coach Dave Canales, speaking after selecting Tator McMillan, number 8 overall, big-time wide receiver out of Arizona, and a big-time target for Bryce Young. So a couple of things that I am keyed in on over that last 3 minutes of what we just heard from the Panthers, and I'm getting word that Tator McMillan is just wrapping up his media session with the Charlotte media now, and we will bring you his thoughts and thoughts on his nickname coming up shortly. A couple things here. Dave Canales, offensive-minded coach, offensive coordinator, wide receivers coach. I bet he's absolutely, as much as we talk about Dan Morgan wanting to fix the defense, and he's done some work on that, he didn't, tonight anyway. Dave Canales on the other side of that is probably just absolutely jacked up to work with this guy, Tet McMillan. One person they did call, Bryce Young.
Yep.
And talk to Bryce Young about how excited he is to bring this big target in to help him out offensively. One person they did not call, Xavier Legette. Right. Now, I don't read that much into that. Like, yes, you're going to talk to your franchise quarterback and have some reaction from him. No, you're not going to have a need for an opinion or an explanation due to the guy you traded up for last year to pick at receiver in Xavier Legette. And I don't think, as Julian Council sat in the chair and said, it means they've quit on Xavier Legette. No. There's no way they would. He has still got a bright future in the NFL. Now they've added somebody opposite him that can make some of the same contested catches that Legette needs to make more of, and that can be that big-time playmaker for Bryce Young. So I don't think any feelings are really going to be hurt. I understand the questions coming tonight from some of the media about what does this mean, and we've asked a couple of people as well. So, I know that headlines can be made out of what this means for Xavier Legette. I don't think it changes much at all. He's going to have some competition to become this team's number 1 receiver going forward. But I think when you have a player like Bryce Young, I don't think Bryce Young is the type of guy that force feeds any receiver, based on where they were picked. And Dave Canales isn't running an offense that is going to lend itself to that at all. So, I think there's plenty to go around for 2 young receivers that are working their way into trying to become premier receivers in the NFL, in McMillan and potentially Legette.
Absolutely. And I think you look at the best teams and having 2 studs, like I would love for Legette to make a big jump. I'd love for McMillan to be the guy. I think at the end of the day, when you have a quarterback that they expect to make the leap that Bryce Young is going to make, he should be able to feed all of them. Like, if Bryce Young really is the guy, he's a franchise guy, there should be more than enough to go around. Yeah. So I would love for Legette to feel some fire from beneath him to start making those catches. Because the thing is, he makes a lot of those catches. We have a different conversation right now. You got the guy like McMillan, T-Mac, he makes the catches. He makes catches you never expect him to make. Yeah. So I think now you look at the arsenal that Bryce Young has to take advantage of. Has Rico Dowdle added to the already fantastic backfield. So I'd be very curious now to see how a guy like Canales, who is a brilliant offensive mind, can start putting these puzzle pieces. And I like you said before, I think his brain is just lighting up with the opportunities that he has at his disposal now. So I'm excited to see what all happens.
And I think you think about Bryce Young and all the help he did not get. His first year in Carolina, the receivers were awful. The coaching was turbulent, tumultuous, backstab. I mean, it was a mess.
It was awful.
So last year, let's just play this out. The Panthers pick up 2 big-time offensive guards who made a world of difference in the middle in protection, and Damian Lewis and Pro Bowler Robert Hunt. And Lewis, arguably by some metrics, had as good or better of a year. They added Legette, who had moments, also had moments that, in crucial situations, didn't come up with tough catches, which is kind of his thing, is contested catches. That doesn't mean he can't next year. They added Jatavian Sanders, who is a very potential packed, I'll say, tight end, who had some really good moments last year. Also went through some injuries. One of them, scary, that sent him to the hospital. Chuba Hubbard had a 1,000-yard season. You add another 1,000-yard back, as you just mentioned, Enrico Dowdle. You still have your bookend left tackles in Ike Ekwonu on the left side and now that they didn't draft a tackle in the first round, which was a slight possibility, it was probably on par with drafting a receiver, honestly. Yeah. We'll see if they pick up Ike Ekwonu's fifth-year option next week.
Now it seems a little more realistic.
Maybe, yeah. And he did improve last year. On the right side, you've got Taylor Moton, who's been an Iron Man, has barely missed any time in his 8 or 9 seasons in Carolina. He's playing out the last year of his contract. Doesn't mean he's leaving after that last year or retiring. It still seems like he has a lot left.
Yep.
So you've got good structure around Bryce Young now. Defensively, this is why I think they felt comfortable taking a receiver.
Yep.
They spent, just like they did last year on the offensive line, they spent on the defensive line. Patrick Jones, the edge rusher, kind of an ascending player. Bobby Brown, a guy who takes up a lot of space in the middle on the defensive line. Tershawn Turk Wharton from the Kansas City Chiefs, who had 6.5 sacks next to Chris Jones. You say, oh, he was next to Chris Jones. Now he's next to Derek Brown, who is pound for pound the Panthers' best football player.
Yep. Unfortunately
missed most of last season. You've got Jadeveon Clowney, who's still got a little bit left in the tank at outside linebacker. You got DJ Wanham, who had some scary injury stuff himself last offseason. Took him a while to get back on the field and then get going. But when he did, he proved that he was a very capable pass rusher himself. J.C. Horn just went to his first Pro Bowl, signed a massive contract, stayed healthy. Mike Jackson, the cornerback slot opposite him, he is back. He did a solid job coming in here late last offseason. Safety now is really where the weakness lies in the defense. And as Julian mentioned, I would fully expect them to add a safety in this draft or pick one up late in free agency or both. Right now they've only got really Trayvon Merrick and a couple of younger players too who could step into two bigger roles. So this is a team that has been building steadily under Dan Morgan for the last year and a half now. We'll see what the rest of the draft holds. But Dan Morgan was the one whose body language I was really reading in that press conference because he's a defensive guy. He wants to fix the defense. But I think he does feel pretty comfortable with the moves that he was able to make in free agency. Now, they went after Milton Williams, the big-time defensive tackle that was going to cost the world.
Yep.
The Patriots paid him the world. The Panthers didn't have that much money to pay him. But they went out and they got all these rotational / starting players with that money to improve the defense from historically bad last year to, on paper, like at least mediocre is what they're hoping for this year. So as we wait, we are very close to hearing from Tet McMillan, new Panthers wide receiver who did a Zoom availability from Green Bay. He was one of the 15 prospects that was in Green Bay for tonight's draft. It does seem like those guys know something, right? Because Jaylen Walker wrote it out at home, had to await the slide. Tet McMillan from Green Bay, it just wrapped up some media with the Carolina Panthers beat. So we're going to hear from him shortly on that. We're going to have more coverage tonight on WCNC Charlotte and also WFMY. We heard from Logan Campbell and Jaylen Gilkkey tonight as well from their respective positions. And yeah, that stuff from the draft party was just awesome. I love when we're able to capture those moments live, mom and dad, tears.
That was really special.
Brother Deuce there. Now they reunite in Georgia. And as we mentioned, that's going to be really fascinating the first time he suits up against Carolina.
He'll be hungry.
He's going to keep that in the back of his mind,
Absolutely.
No doubt. He, instead of going 45 minutes down 85, he's got to go 4 hours down 85, but to a place he's very comfortable with. So catching up on the draft a little bit, Gray Zabel, guard, goes to the Seahawks. Emeka Egbuka, another wide receiver off the board, going to Tampa Bay.
Oh my gosh!
Broncos on the clock. Is this a Matthew Golden pick?
Oh, I think.
What are you reacting to?
I just can't believe that Tampa now has Chris Godwin, Evans, and now Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the most ridiculous. That's insane. And they have Baker Mayfield, who was an MVP candidate.
Yep, but they also have a new offensive coordinator for the umpteenth straight year.
I'm pretty sure I could be the offensive coordinator with weapons like that. And they have Rashad White and the Oregon kid at running back.
Yep.
He's excellent. But anyways,
Bucky.
Yeah, Bucky
Yeah,
Irving.
yeah. Oh, people here remember Bucky Irving.
Oh, yeah.
Because he torched the
I was
Panthers
going
last
to say,
year.
I had him on fantasy team. Yeah,
Yeah, but after years of you watching Mike Evans torch the Panthers, now they feel like they've got a Mike Evans of their own. So, I think fans that they haven't talked themselves into it yet have. Okay, so here it is. The newest Carolina Panther, Tator T-Mac McMillan, doing his media availability via Zoom from the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin, talking to the assembled Panthers media. And I know our own Danielle Stein was
We're
there.
good.
So
We
listen.
got you.
Babe, hey, before y'all start, either call me T-Mac or Nalo. I gotta make a correction real quick.
All right, T-Mac. Well, thank you so much. We're so excited to have you. Welcome to Carolina. We will kick it off with Sheena, and then we will go to Darren, followed by Alex and Steve Reed.
Cool.
Well, let's try this thing again. T-Mac, welcome to the Carolinas. Can you walk us through the emotions as you took that phone call?
Yeah, man. I just feel just relief. Just finally knowing what team I get to play for. Man, I'm just blessed. I'm super grateful for this opportunity and this moment, and I'm just taking it all in right now.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
T-Mac, when you think about this offense you're joining at the moment, what do you know about this crowd, and how do you think you're going to fit into it?
Oh, man, I think it's going to be amazing. First things first, obviously, Bryce Young, Cali to Cali connection. That's immediately. And as well as, the other receivers, Xavier, Adam Thielen. And I feel like, our OC, Coach Izzik, will definitely, put it together. I know Coach Canales calls the plays, and, I'm confident in them, and they're confident in me. And, I'm just ready, to take the Panthers to the next level.
Yeah, what do you remember about those interactions with Coach Canales in particular through this process?
Shoot, you know what? It was really just good vibes. It was nothing but good vibes. Really talking about just regular stuff. He's a kid from Carson, and I'm from Cali as well. So I feel like we hit it off really well, and really it was just kind of they took a chance on me, and I'm super blessed.
Hey, T-Mac. So going off that, so quickly, you and Bryce Young went to rival high schools. I recently learned.
Yeah.
What about, do you remember, I know you guys weren't exactly the same years, but what do you remember about Bryce playing, and does that make it more exciting to be able to play with him?
I mean, shoot, the first thing I remember about Bryce is he whooped us his senior year on national television by 45 points. But man, I always saw him growing up. He was that dude in 8th grade on the IE Ducks. He went to Cathedral, was a guy, transferred to Mater Dei, finished the number one quarterback, number one player in the country in 2020. I mean, and he won the Heisman in college. I mean, he's literally been the best player at each level of the game. And I've always wanted to be. I've always wanted to be a part of something like that. And I'm just fortunate, that he sat on the table for me, and that I'm able to play with him, and man, like I said, that connection is gonna be something special.
And then can you take us through your apparel tonight? I know that Polynesian culture means a lot to you. Can you explain why you're wearing what you're wearing?
So as far as just the lay?
Well, that for sure, but you can go through the rest of the fit too.
Oh yeah, don't mind the color. I know I got the wrong colors on, but I'm wearing purple. It's my favorite color. It represents royalty. Then I got some gold chains, black turtleneck. Wearing some Travis Scotts because I'm a Jordan athlete. And then shout out to my grandma for making these lays, man. Everybody in the green room had it on, so we did something that's never been done. We put the lay on the commissioner, so hopefully we can start a new trend.
Thanks, man.
Hey, T-Mac, Steve Reed from the Associated Press. First of all, welcome to Carolina and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hey, tell me, can I follow up a little bit on the relationship with Bryce? So have you guys have you met, or is it just kind of you know him from close distance, or have you guys talked? And tell me a little bit about that relationship, if you can. I just got a quick follow up after that.
Oh yeah, we kind of just, like I said, we played against each other in high school, so we kind of just knew of each other, recognized our each other's talents. But I had recently, actually, I was fortunate enough to recently meet him probably about a month ago for the first time at 3D QB in Cali, and I was fortunate enough to it was my first time ever catching the ball from him and running routes for him. So I guess you can say we got a head start on our little chemistry.
That's good. And as a receiver, what do you feel like you bring to the Panthers?
Oh man, I think I bring a lot. I feel like I'm a reliable receiver, one that can play inside and outside whatever they may need me. And but also outside the field, I feel like I'm gonna bring a good energy to the locker room. I feel like I'm gonna build that camaraderie, that relationship with not only Bryce but the other receivers in the room, as well as Coach Moore. And I have faith in Coach Moore and his coaching, that he's gonna get me to that next level. And at the end of the day, we chasing greatness, so that's the plan.
All right, and we will go to Mike Solarte, followed by Joe, and then throw it over to David Newton.
Great say, T-Mac. Welcome to Carolina. Mike Solarte with Spectrum News 1. You touched on it a little bit earlier about the wide receiver group. Can you kind of offer up some thoughts on being able to work with a guy like Adam Thielen, who's seen it all and pretty much done it all? I mean, could you have found a better mentor for your first year?
I mean, yeah, that's a blessing for me in my position. Obviously having Adam Thielen, he's a seasoned vet. He's been in the league for a little while, so he's pretty much seen the ins and out of this league. And just me being able to come in and just basically, for him to take me under his wing. And although I got drafted 8th overall, I'm coming into the facility with an open mind. At the end of the day, I'm ready to be as great as possible. I'm willing to do whatever it takes for this team to be as good as it needs to be. And I'm all ears and open minded to the wisdom and the knowledge that anybody has to give me.
And just as a follow up to that, what do fans not know about your game that you're ready to put out there in front of them?
Oh, my game? Shoot, man. My versatility. I know we got a few other receivers in the receiver room, and I feel like our receiver room is going to be incredible. So, I'm willing to play whether there's X, F, Z. And I feel like we're going to put that on nose as far as my versatility goes.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Hey, T-Mac, welcome with The Athletic. Could you expand a little bit on what you said earlier about Bryce standing on the table for you?
So yeah, he just told me at 3D QB, that he's been, sitting on the table for me, going into the Mr. Morgan's office, going into Coach Canales' office, and really just sitting on the table for me and telling him, hey man, we need to pick this guy. And so I give although I feel like I did what I needed to do to be in the position. I gave credit to Bryce for vouching for me, and ultimately for them taking the chance on me.
How big a deal is that? I mean, it sounds like you guys were did you say you were the same year in high school?
No, he's 2 years older than me.
Okay, sorry about that. But you guys are both young guys. I mean, how about the opportunity to kind of grow with him as he takes the next step, as you take the first steps in your career?
I mean, it's a blessing for me knowing that I have a young quarterback to grow with throughout in the league, and just being able to have a quarterback that's reliable, being able to have a quarterback that trusts in me. And I know he's solid people's when I met him. He's a good kid, man. It's definitely someone I look up to growing up. So being able to finally be on his team and fortunate enough to catch his passes, I mean, I feel like sky's the limit for both of us in this offense.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate it.
Hey, teammate David Newton, ESPN.com. So what do you remember about Bryce's game and that 5-point loss?
Oh, man. I mean, first of all, his team was the best, well, the second best team in the country that year. They lost to St. John Bosco. But in my eyes, he was he was the best player in the country, and to everybody else's eyes. But man, he was just really good. He knew how to get his teammates involved. He was super patient in the pocket. He threw a pretty ball. And he has swag on that field. You can tell he's confident, but also, calm, collected. And I feel like that's kind of a reflection of my game as well. I feel like we both kind of the moment's not too high, too low for us, and I feel like we'll complement each other really good.
And having said that, have you followed his career the last couple of years, and how surprised are you that he struggled so much those first couple of years?
I mean, yeah, like I said earlier, he's been the best player at every level, and obviously these past couple of years, he struggled a little bit, and I was surprised. He one of the best players I've ever seen in my life, and like I said to somebody else earlier, just towards the end of the season, you saw a glimpse of his greatness, and it looked like he finally got his swagger back, finally got his confidence back, and that's a huge testament to Andy Dalton just kind of bringing him along, and man, I feel like this is the year where Bryce will explode, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
I think you're the second T-Mac for this team. They had one in 1995, way before you were born. That was called Tim McKyer. So.
Oh wow.
Anyway, thanks a lot.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it, man.
All right, we will go over to Vashti, and we have time for a couple more. So if you have any other questions, please raise your hand.
Hi, T-Mac. Vashti Hurd with Carolina Blitz. Welcome to Carolina. I wanted to, just for clarification, you said you want to be called T-Mac, and then you had another name. Can you say that again?
Oh, yeah, my name right here on my chain, Nalo. Nalo, Nalo.
Tell us what that means, the background behind it, please.
So it's kind of a nickname that my friends gave me, being from Waimanalo, Hawaii, on the east side of Oahu. And, I kind of just, like I said, they gave me the nickname. I kind of turned it to my own brand. Obviously, I got it on my chain. I have it on my T-shirts. And basically, just kind of wanted to make it my brand. And that's what it is.
Thank you. So T-Mac or Nalo?
Hey, that's it. There you go.
All right. Also, I wanted to know about your, I know you had a visit here in Charlotte. Just tell us the vibes that you got from Dave Canales and how you guys meshed personality-wise. He said you were a good fit personality-wise for this team. Why do you think that is?
I mean, first things first, he's a Cali dude. So, that's immediate chemistry. He looks like he felt like a good just father, good husband, somebody that, I would potentially want to be around. And, I'm finally fortunate enough to actually be around him. So, but that facility, they gave me nothing but good energy, good vibes, cool peoples. Definitely some of that people that I can mesh with. So I'm just looking forward to coming to Charlotte tomorrow and seeing everybody.
Thanks.
All right, and we will wrap with Scott Fowler.
Hi, T-Mac. Congratulations with the local paper here, the Charlotte Observer. I wonder if there are any wide receivers in the NFL you would currently compare yourself to, or, guys that you've emulated, idols in the position, people that you want to be like.
First things first, my favorite football player ever is Larry Fitzgerald. And then two receivers that, I watch and, I feel like I can emulate and similar play styles is Mike Evans and Keenan Allen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Congrats.
All right, again, that is new Panthers wide receiver Tator T-Mac McMillan from the University of Arizona. A surprise, a bit of a surprise at 8 for the Panthers, who everybody thought was going to go defense. But we will hear from T-Mac tomorrow at Bank of America Stadium. And for now, we are going to send it for the rest of the draft and more analysis to our friends at the Locked On NFL Scouting Show. But before we go, everybody, thank you for joining us here on WCNC Plus and WFMY Plus. We were live for 3.5 hours talking draft and specifically how it pertained to your Carolina Panthers. And, man, it was a blast. We're going to do it again next year for sure. So we'll send it to the guys at Locked On.
Joe Ortiz, the general
manager. They had some great pre-draft content, with the movie character stuff.
They did. They always do well with the schedule release as well. So they're getting primed up, right? That's That's on the 14th. So shout out Chargers and all the great things that you do to make our Twitter experiences better, even if we're not fans of the Chargers.
Did you see the draft room tour that they did as well?
Super good. Yeah.
Where, I mean, they had the board populated with the movie characters, but nevertheless, you got to see that horizontal draft board that they had and how it was all laid up. I thought they had some great pre-draft content this year.
Looked like a good looking room. We have the pick, Kyle Krabs, with the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
I'm going to take the L on this one because you teased running backs, 3 in the AFC West, and Kansas City still gives you a chance to be right.
Right. I had this one in my mock draft too. So
you
I'm
did.
excited.
Very
Yeah,
good.
excited for this hit.
I had Omarion going in the first round, so I'm excited about that, but I didn't have him here.
I mean, it feels like a really nice fit for this Greg Roman offense. You know, they want to pound the rock. They got a bell count now here in Omarion Hampton that, you know, there's car crashes when this guy pounds the rock. And he's going to be in an offense that has a really good offensive line in place, a dynamic run scheme, quarterback, obviously, in Justin Herbert that has a lot of skill, and a big-time opportunity to really just be the guy, like be the lead bell cow back. I mean, obviously not a great moment for Najee Harris. You feel like certainly Hampton with the 22nd pick here is going to have every opportunity to really be the guy. Seems like an identity pick for them. And I think the way the board fell, you can kind of understand it.
The stylistic fit too will be very interesting with him and Najee Harris, where, I mean, they're both physical. You mentioned car crash runners, but Hampton's got a lot more wiggle. I think he's got more burst. I think he's got more open field ability. So it's like, how long is it going to take Omarion Hampton to really ingratiate himself here and become the guy who takes the majority touches, which I don't know you would have guessed based off of the fact that, I mean, Najee didn't sign for nothing. He signed for, was it 1 year, $5 million contract?
A lot of incentives. Yeah. This will be a popular for the rookie draft rankings.
Oh yeah.
They got Genty to the Raiders, Hampton to the Chargers, Cam Ward, the number 1 pick, to the Titans. So for the fantasy people, they'll have plenty to
Tyler Warren to the Colts.
You're gonna get tight end. Yeah, well, there's a quarterback factor, you know, work into that a little bit. I'm pretty intrigued to see that. Ted McMillan, obviously a top 10 pick. What type of volume comes his way? Like Buka, is he the 5th option in that passing game? You know, it's pretty fascinating.
Chris wants us, if we could touch on James Pierce and Mike Green, the issues with these guys that are still on the board. For Pierce, it's just kind of the depth of his skill set, right? I think that's some of the concern is I had him going to Kansas City in my mock with the thought process being the Chiefs are going to be in a position, thanks to their offense and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, they're going to have pass rushers that have the chance to close a lot of games, right? And Pierce, even if he is more of a one-dimensional pass rush type player, he could still be a pretty valuable piece of that defensive front because they're going to be playing with leads. Versus if you have to play him on early downs and he has to defend the run, that's the concern that you would have with James Pierce is if you're going to draft him in the first round and play him as a hand in the dirt defensive end on 1st and 10, what's he going to look like? Right. And then I don't really have a lot of confidence in what that looks like versus Mike Green. I mean, 2 allegations of sexual assault and not a lot of clarity, or at least it seemed like there wasn't a lot of clarity on that. I have to imagine that is a big piece of the puzzle why a player that's as physically talented as Mike Green is has not had his name called yet.
Adam Schefter confirming the knee issue with Will Johnson that has NFL teams concerned and why he's not been selected. So, I mean, that's not the type of talent that's typically around at this point. And it certainly feels like a lot of teams have medically failed him. That would be the reason he's on the board. I'd agree with your talking points on Green and Pierce. Yeah, I think Green certainly has a lot of different pass rush variety, but he's a bit of a scheme-specific type player. And especially we have I think I'm a little bit more surprised that Donovan Izaraku is still around. I think he's a better rusher than either of those two, a more complete player. And I think for Pierce, it is the skill set. There's some personality things here that you've heard about with him. And I think for his style of play, like as a pure speed rusher, does he have the flexibility you'd like to see for that type of profile? So I'm really not surprised that either is still on the board.
Rappaport has the Packers getting trade calls right now.
Hearing the Eagles are looking to move up. They're coming to get Malachi Starks, aren't they?
Is that the move? No.
Maybe they like one of these pass rushers. Maybe they like Izaraku.
I could see them liking Izaraku. I could see them taking if a team would be able to absorb the risk of a Mike Green, I'm sure they would.
Oh, they don't care.
Tie up on that. Yeah. I mean, look, Jalen Carter had questions.
Yeah, they don't care.
Carter's been phenomenal, and they've done a really good job of keeping him focused to this point. Could this be? I mentioned Will Johnson at the beginning portion of the show. Is Green Bay is a needed corner? Could they be posturing and maybe threatening to take Will Johnson, and the Eagles think it's too good to pass up?
And remember Green Bay, the host city here, so I'm sure there's a lot of.
Oh, they can't trade out. They cannot trade out, right?
Right. Did you see they stopped entry into the? I mean, this place is packed, which I love. You know me, small towns getting events. Green Bay's never getting the Super Bowl, right? Get in the freaking the NFL draft, and you've seen this work with a lot of different towns. Cleveland, Nashville, it was unbelievable. So I'm excited to see that this has turned out to be quite the event. I love the idea that the NFL has to move this thing around and give cities a little shine that typically wouldn't for an event like this.
Yeah, I mean, they have the space outside the stadium right now, the view of it, and it is just a sea of people.
It's incredible.
Outside
Freaking love it.
Freaking love it. It's really cool. It looks like a cool setup this year. Oh, the outdoor stage, the way that it's set up.
Yeah. Wonder what's the weather like in Green Bay, Wisconsin tonight.
I can pull that up if you want to filibuster for it. Go to weather.com.
Weather guys, math guys, draft guys, we're all here. We're covering a lot of things. While Kyle is doing that,
the weatherman.
The Packers are sticking and picking, so no trade. The Packers are sticking and picking.
It's 50 degrees.
Oh, that's shorts weather in Green Bay, baby, right? Like
I'd be wearing shorts. Now it might be a little chilly if it's windy, but with all those people around, as long as I'm not on the very outside of the sea of bodies there, I'm going to be okay. Oh, what do you got for us?
We got to pick the Green Bay. I bet you their fans are fired up, man. All right, with the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas. Boy, it happened. We've been waiting since Jaylen Walker, right, for this to happen.
Oh,
first round receiver.
What a name drop.
Well, I think it's the last one they took. I hope he's a first round pick now that I'm saying this right now, but
I can find that out too. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, you do that. I'm a big fan of Matthew Golden. I think he's got a really exciting route running profile. Obviously, the talking point is going to be the 4.29 speed. I almost wish he ran a 4.35 so that he doesn't get lumped into that.
About it.
Right to that bucket of there's only been one 1,000-yard season from a 4.29 or 4.2 or better, sub 4.3 receiver. So the thing about their wide receiver committee approach is like all of these guys are set to have expiring contracts. So you got to restock the cupboard here. And I think with him and Jaden Reed, you got some really dynamic guys that can stretch the field with some nice underneath options with like a Tucker Kraft. And I think I certainly like this pick. And they have a huge need at corner, but I think maybe the availability at Matthew Golden here and the fact that really there's only been 2 corners drafted put them in a position where they felt comfortable going with the receiver for the first time since 2004 in the first round.
Is that factual?
Yes.
Say that again.
2004 was the last time the Packers took a first-round receiver.
That's false. It's 2002. Whoever said that to you lied.
It's Albert Breer.
Albert Breer lied. Jaylen Walker was drafted. Their first-round pick in 2004 was Ahmad Carroll, defensive back.
Ah, okay. Lied. Albert Breer was an absolute liar.
First. You got to hear first.
Well, I had the name. I had Jaylen Walker.
Jaylen Walker, 2002.
What number pick was he?
He was 20th overall.
So here we go.
for Green Bay going wide receiver, do you think they maybe try to move some of these other guys?
Is there a lot of value for, like, what is somebody given for Dobbs or Wicks?
I don't know. I'd rather have Romeo Dobbs than any one of the 5th-round wide receivers this year. I mean, there's a black hole on day 3, a wide receiver, once you get past some of the toolsy guys early.
So maybe
I wouldn't hate that if I was Green Bay. My biggest observation here now is we now have 2. Our GM would never do this. Our GM would never do this, right? It was Gray Zabel on the interior offensive line. And now it's Matthew Golden and a 1st-round wide receiver for Green Bay. Where if you give it enough time, eventually, the thing your GM's never done before is going to be the thing that makes the most sense to do with how the board fell. And I think you could probably have some conversations about Green Bay and potentially taking an edge rusher, but they needed corner. And my top 2 corners are on the board right now are Savon Revel and Will Johnson with big-time medical questions. And you could have gone edge, but, I mean, edge has had a run with Abdul Carter and Michael Williams and Jaylen Walker and Shamar Stewart's off the board. That was who I had them taking. He went to Cincinnati already. So Mike Green has the character question. And then you're really into Donovan Izaraku, and that's, I guess, an interesting one that they passed up on because Jeff Hafley's the DC there, and he had Izaraku in college. But they're big need spots. I didn't think there's a great intersection of the players that are available other than maybe Izaraku that would have made sense here to be the pick.
How cool for Matthew Golden to be in attendance at the draft, selected to Green Bay.
His new team.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool.
Minnesota.
So this is the team that only has 4 picks, right?
Straight out team.
This feels like a trade out team, but we still haven't had a trade since number 2 overall. I wonder, we've talked a lot about safeties for them. I think Malachi Stark screams best player on the board if that's the direction that they would want to go. They could maybe use some help at guard. Maybe, I mean, would Travion Henderson be in play?
That'd be an exciting fit. I don't know, it'd be a great value pick, but it'd be an exciting fit for Travion Henderson. Nick Eamon-Worry, another safety option.
Yeah.
That you want to talk about all the juice in the world playing from depth in an aggressive defense. And Harrison Smith, you mentioned Malachi Starks and kind of the succession plan at safety. They've probably got to be pretty happy with some of their options here. You know, we just got done talking about Green Bay and some of the intersections of their biggest needs not necessarily making sense with the talent on the board. I don't think that's true for Minnesota.
Got the pick.
All right.
With the 24th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, offensive lineman, The Ohio State University.
Was wondering if he was going to go tonight. He was a tough one for me to slot. Go ahead.
Well, I'm happy for Minnesota because I feel like this middle 3 on their interior offensive line has been terrible for a long time, and we got real serious about it. Ryan Kelly, Will Fries, Donovan Jackson. To go with Darisaw and O'Neal, let's go, J.J. McCarthy. You got an offensive line, sir. You got Justin Jefferson. You got Jordan Addison. You got T.J. Hawkinson. Come on, baby. Like, talk about a great scenario for J.J. McCarthy to step into.
Yeah.
I mean,
this was a player, the more I watched, the more I liked him. The more he grew on me. And if you started with some of the tackle stuff, maybe your experience in watching him as a player was a unique and big-time journey to kind of figure out what it was. That wasn't the case for me with Donovan, but I watched the guard stuff first. But you think about the Kevin O'Connell offensive scheme and how the athleticism of this group. Now, they got people movers, and Donovan Jackson falls into this bucket. But he's not just a people mover that's Tyler Booker, can't work off the first line of defense and climb up onto the second level and hit blocks in space. This is a guy with big-time gravitational pull, big-time explosive first step, big-time range to climb when he's uncovered and uncapped to get up on the linebackers on the second level, big-time potential to stretch the point of attack when you go outside zone stuff and you're running the point of attack and you're trying to create displacement by having horizontal movement. That with Will Fries and Ryan Kelly is, man, that's a lot of fun. And you mentioned just kind of getting serious about it. I think this is one of my favorite scheme fits that we've had since Denver at 20. Just kind of reviewing all these picks.
I dig it. Well, my journey with Donovan Jackson is very different than yours. The first game I watched was Penn State.
Yeah, it's not a great game to start with.
What an unfair assignment. I mean, there was probably 3 or 4 snaps where he didn't get hands on Abdul Carter, but I think he's going to play guard, you would think, for Minnesota. And I love the pairing. He's going to step into a situation where he's between Ryan Kelly and Christian Darrisaw. Are you kidding? I mean, is that dreamy or what, to step in with a really good coach and Kevin O'Connell? I love the pick, man. I think that's a heck of an offensive line that they're building. And again, you're putting JJ McCarthy into this, and you feel like he's got one heck of an infrastructure to be successful.
Yep.
It feels like his rookie season, but a year or two is his debut. We have the Los Angeles Rams on the clock, and I guess we just have to get used to this. The Rams are going to be picking in the first round after like 100 years of not. Last year they get Jared Verse. They're back in it. It still feels a little bit weird. We've talked about linebacker for them, and we've loved Carson Schlesinger and the idea of him, but they could pick Jahad Campbell in this spot. We have a trade. It happened. The Giants traded up. The Giants traded up to 25 with the Texans. So we still need to get this pick from the Chargers, but the Giants have traded up with the Texans.
Let me go ahead and sniff out Jackson Dart's name on my board.
That feels like, well, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah. I'd be willing to bet a lot of money right now, but I'm not a betting man. But if I was, but actually I kind of am a betting man.
So we have two huge balls in the air. Oh, here's the trade. Giants have traded 34, a 2025 3, a future 6 for 26. So 34, a 2025 3, and a future 6 for 26. It's pretty modest trade up.
This worked out pretty well for New York.
Yep, that's a great trade up for the Giants. So meanwhile, we're still waiting for this pick. I'm wrong. I got ahead of myself. The Rams were never on the clock. It's Vikings at 24, the Texans at 25. Yeah. So I jumped the gun on the Rams situation. The Texans have traded out. So we're not waiting on the Rams pick. This is a real-time situation. It's the Giants.
Yeah, the Giants are going to pick Jackson Dart, and then the Rams are going to be on the clock. And probably, I like that linebacker call out.
Yeah. That's a cheap trade, Kyle. That's a cheap trade. Well,
I mean, they came up less than 10 spots. So kudos to them for not getting pressured by Cleveland with the extra assets. Kudos to them for not getting beat out by the Saints.
For more details. So we got more details. It's 34.99 and a 2026 3.
That's what Dolphins craze had in the chat, and I took it down because I was like, "Oh, he didn't say 99, so I don't know."
No, I didn't, and that's you can blame Field Yates.
I thought you were going to blame Albert Breer again.
No. So so that's the actual.
So 99 went with it.
Yeah, 34 and a 2026 3. So there you go. There's your quarterback tax that we're looking for.
Giants, that was the comp 3. They still have 65.
Yeah, it's still a fine trade for the Giants if you're going to go get this quarterback that you like.
So the Giants still have 65, 105.
Yep. They have 2 first-round picks. Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. Now
if it's Jackson Dart, let's talk about Jackson Dart a little bit.
Well, we have the pick.
Okay.
With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Jackson Dart.
All right.
Quarterback Ole Miss.
Got that on my mock draft.
Nicely done.
Jackson Dart QB2. I feel like Brett Whitefield should be taking a somewhere right now.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Did you catch the Gruden QB class?
I started watching it. I didn't have enough time to finish it, but I'd like maybe 15 minutes into it.
Okay. It was a pretty good showing for Jackson. I could see why Daboll clicked with him as far as they had some West Coasty stuff that he was familiar with. The appeal is a quarterback that has the traits that he has. He knows how to play fast. And if there's enough exposure with West Coasty stuff, then it makes total sense. And I think the ceiling is high enough here. This is the sales pitch. He doesn't have to play right away. But if you win enough games and you say, look, we drafted this guy, we showed improvement on the team, we're excited. I would imagine he's probably going to get a chance to start at some point this season. He's just got to make sure he looks good when that happens. And that's the sales pitch to keep your job beyond 2025.
Yeah, solves a need, gives Dayball and Shane an opportunity to stick around. And think about this combination, Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart. They're probably feeling pretty good about that. And look, there's Dart. The question with Dart is he's going into a big curve schematically. There's not going to be ISO scheme throws like there was at Ole Miss. But what he does have is kind of a baseline across the board of size, mobility, arm talent, ability to play off script. There's a toughness component to it. There's a lot to like with Jackson Dart. I think Brian Daboll probably looks at this situation and feels like he's got a really nice moldable piece of clay to groom into a quarterback for him. And still some work to do with this roster, but you feel like they have some real directions here with this defense. And then, of course, now their quarterback of the future in Jackson Dart.
Can we talk a little bit about what's about to happen here after the Rams pick? You know who's on the clock next?
Baltimore.
And what does Baltimore always do?
Just snatch up some player that shouldn't be there.
Who's on the board still?
It's Malachi Starks. Yeah. I'm sitting here hoping that the Bills pick at 30 at this point, to be honest with you.
Would you like to see the Bills come up for Malachi Starks at this point? And let me ask, because I kind of knew you were really in on the idea of potentially defensive tackle.
Not anymore.
About how that group's
Right.
that well is dried up right now. And I know you really haven't liked the idea of safety because they have some young guys in the pipe. Where are you at right now with the idea of what the board looks like?
Yeah, it's to me the best case scenario at this point is Malachi Starks. But the Falcons are trading back into the first round. We'll get to that in a second. They're trading up to 26.
Who is?
The Falcons. I wonder if they're coming to get Malachi Starks ahead of Baltimore and Buffalo.
All right. We'll find out. Do you have trade details yet, or
not yet? Not yet. The trade's done. We'll get them, and hopefully we get the actual correct ones. So yeah, I think the Bills are in a. I mean, they're looking at probably a Trey Amos selection,
which you have had mocked.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's a fine pick. I don't know if there's an edge rusher they like. I mean, I don't know if these are good stylistic fits. I mean, don't be surprised if it's like Landon Jackson. That's been a player that I've been in on with the Bills for a while. Looking for the terms of this trade. Surely they're moving back in for Malachi Starks. They're going to get their Georgia double pair and have a great year.
Anybody else that this could be? Could this be Will Johnson?
Maybe so. I know that the Falcons do like the idea of a receiver. I'm not sure which one they trade up for right now to get. So that's kind of a fascinating situation. So the Falcons are the team on the clock. It's not the Rams. They traded out. So here comes the trades. The Falcons are not trading up for a quarterback. That we do know.
Yeah, great. That ship has sailed.
All right.
Do you have it, or do you want to go to break?
Ooh, let's go to break. It's FanDuel. We'll get through it real quick and be right back. The NBA playoffs are here, and FanDuel is giving new customers an incredible way to.
All right, folks. Thank you very much for joining us for the first ever NFL Draft Special in the Live Impact News Studio. I'm Jeb Goldman. Sports Director Nick Carboni is in the sports office right now getting ready for the 11 p.m. newscast. Stick right here on WCNC Plus. For that, we'll have full analysis and talking to Danielle. We also have lots of your top stories. A big draft for here in the Carolinas. T-Mac, Tetero McMillan, an interesting addition for an already electric